YouTube?
No, you're doing it right now.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute us for a second. We'll be
Okay.
right. We'll be starting right away. Talk to you guys soon. Testing audio some more. I'm just doing a couple more keeping y'all. So just bear with me for a second. Gonna share this stuff onto Instagram, get people's attention. But Will and Tabiso's hanging out with me.
You.
Hey, hey.
What up?
Why do you have like a radio? Hey, hey, hey.
No, just because I'm secretly training to be a radio person.
Hey, hey, hey. Tabiso in the morning.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday morning. Just looking out on the bright sunshine for some of us in the Midwest. I don't know what it's like on the West Coast.
It's looking good over here, Tabiso. Just everything is on fire, and it looks like Satan has risen from hell.
So it's literally the "this is fine" meme.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Do you ever see? I was watching a YouTube channel, H3H3. I think it was like their podcast, and they were like reviewing this like clip of a guy. It was like a baseball announcer who like said something that was like pretty homophobic, but it was like live, but he thought he was not live, and so he said this like terrible thing, and then he comes back. He's like, and now we're in the second inning, and he like keeps announcing, and then he's like halfway through, he's just like, and I just also want to say that I apologize deeply for the things that I've said, and it looks like so and so is going to be taking over for me, and oh, that looks like a good foul play, right? And he's like still like
Yeah, he's just still
casting.
doing play-by-play.
It's like, dude, get out of there, dude. You're fired.
I remember seeing that. That was, I was like,
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, I remember when they were talking about it too. Oh, hold on, let me just send this out, and then we'll get into it. When they were when they were sending that out, And he's like, I would never have said anything like this if people who know me. And it's like, well, I mean,
You kind of just did.
yeah, I mean, if there was ever a time to kind of get a lesson learned, that's definitely it. But I feel it's unfortunate that it had to come to that, But it's just funny to kind of like just be like, I'm not that kind of person. It's like, no, you are, man. Just like own it and then just generally apologize. Don't like lie. Like people just heard you say something, and it's like at work. It's like one thing if you're like amongst friends. Like I'm sure people have said things that are like little risque
stuff.
Yeah, when you're with your friends. I know I have, right? But it's like close friends is usually kind of in the context of like fun and games and nothing that you probably truly mean. It's just kind of like, we can just say this and it's kind of funny in this small context. But if you're like, I don't know, like live broadcasting and you're at work, I mean, even if you're at work where you're not broadcasting to like a live audience, it just seems bizarre to just even say it at like a professional setting, So it's kind of
it's like you're in a Zoom call with a client or something, or just like a Zoom meeting, and you think you're muted, but you're not. You say some terrible stuff.
There was a video of hold on, I'm actually officially starting now. There was a video of somebody that I think that was getting some sexy time during a Zoom call, and they didn't realize it, and people were like, "Oh my god, dude, your camera's on," and then like,
no,
oh what? He's like, "Oh my god, no." Like people
I'm
don't know how to
super
use
paranoid
technology.
about it.
Yeah, there was this funny meme. Hold on, I'm gonna load up a couple. We're gonna talk about some stuff that we did yesterday. It was a lot of fun, but there was this funny TikTok video I saw the other day where there was like a guy who like the caption was paranoid about Zoom calls,
Oh man!
And he's like, "All right, guys, talk to you later," and then like he hangs up the call.
I've seen that. Yeah.
He like puts like tape over the camera, closes his laptop.
The whole time he's got this big.
Yeah, he's acting like he's like still being broadcasted.
Yeah.
And then he
So
puts
they're
it
still
in.
watching.
He puts it into the refrigerator, closes the refrigerator, and he's like, and then he finally. It's like you're always being watched. Yeah, it's so funny. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of look at some of the stuff that we did. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this too. So if you guys are in the Discord, here actually I'll share the Discord stuff too. Let me go to the messaging. Right.
Could you share your screen for us?
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay.
Hold on. One thing at a time.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm gonna share this in the YouTube chat for those of you who are just joining. That is a massive link. Never mind. I'm gonna share the Discord invite, so you guys are welcome to join our Discord, where we're gonna probably do some fun stuff. And then where is it? Here you go. And then I am going to go to the admin Discord and share my screen there. And then the screen, and then go. I'm gonna do 480 resolution, so that way I don't have double streaming. All right, there you go. I'm streaming, and I made Tabiso a guest, so he should be able to click on it. Do you know how to like look at people's streams?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, cool. So this is I saved all the images that we did yesterday with a bunch of people. It was a lot of fun. It's really funny. I think those links are still saved somewhere. And you can see the progression of this one right here. Goes from that to like that to like that. It's super funny. And then if you're curious to what this was about, so I'm hosting like a sketch group for the Lightbox event, and one of the things that I was focused on. Oh, I realize my camera needs to be adjusted. There you go. Was just doing portfolio reviews, paint overs, as well as doing a live demo. So I'm going to do that again. I'm going to do a live demo like I did before. But at the end, we just I just like, there's this app that, Bobby suggested we should try to use. We did, and this is kind of the result of it. It was a lot of fun. And I think we're going to do that again. And I'm going to see if I can come up with some games we can play at the end of that. But this is one that me and Ryoma did together. I think Will also contributed to this, and maybe a couple other people.
Dragon up top.
Yeah. And so I'm going to kind of start this off with painting on top of this. So that's kind of like going to be my live demo, is to kind of do this illustration that we did. And it's cool because it's like half of it's done by me, half of it's done by Ryoma, and part of it's done by others. Just little bits. And I said I was going to paint over this. So the first thing I'm going to do is just like knock it to black and white. Probably increase the levels to kind of get some more contrast going on. Yeah. But anyway, with that all being said, while I'm doing a live demonstration, you guys are more than welcome to ask me questions of any kind. But before we do, I would like to introduce both Tubiso and Will. I don't think people got a good introduction for you, Will, yesterday, but I would like for you to kind of talk about yourself, who you are, maybe.
Sure. Hi guys, I'm Will. I am an animator. I work at Turn Me Up Games, and I'm good friends with AJ. We hang out a lot, and yeah, that's it. Not much, really.
Perfect.
I'm currently working as we're hanging out, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tabisa, want to talk
All right.
about your life story here?
Oh my God, the life story. Where to begin? So, I was born in the Southern Water Tribe. No.
I like this. Are you the Avatar?
Maybe, who knows? No, my name's Tubiso. I'm a concept artist currently working at High Voltage Software. Yeah, that's basically it.
You guys are terrible at talking about like your lineage of how you got.
All right. Fine. Simple answer.
I work here.
All right.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. No. I super into art in college. Got really interested in concept art. Started following a whole bunch of people. I was in that whole era of the conceptart.org forums. And then luckily got a job working slots after college, and basically grinded while I was doing that. Took a mentorship with AJ, met a whole bunch of cool artists, expanded those skills. Then last year into early this year, I was working at Six More Vodka, working on Legends of Runeterra stuff, and since came back to the US to continue doing concept stuff on a unnamed, I can't say what it is, but yeah. So yeah, I'm a character concept dude, and I'm also currently working on stuff. Yeah.
Cool beans. Mm-hmm. Right on, man. And so, have you been doing some cool stuff for the Lightbox? Have you been checking out some of the cool talks and stuff? I haven't had a chance to do any of that stuff. I've just been like sleeping and hanging out with my new doggy, my doggo.
Yeah. I haven't yet because I just moved again. Like it's like the third time in the span of 2 years.
Oh my God.
So so I'm like getting acclimated. I moved back to the same city, so it wasn't so bad, but it's like getting organized, and then plus all the quarantine stuff, and then working. It's just been like a weirdly busy but also isolated kind of year. So I haven't checked out a lot of that stuff, but I'm actually really curious. I actually didn't know it was still happening. I'm like just now finding out most of the people are still doing presentations, and it's gone online.
Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, and I'm curious too, actually, how did the pandemic kind of hit you specifically? Like how are you managing it?
Yeah, it was like I sort of got it in like two waves, kind of, because I was still in Germany when it hit, and so we were at the beginning of kind of shutting down in Germany, but then I was like returning to the US. And then when I got back to the US, I was in New York when New York was kind of like the center of it. And so like it was like a bleak wasteland. Like everybody was like nobody was out.
Yeah.
Everyone was staying home. I had like the first few kind of weeks of just kind of because I quarantined away from my family, so I just got like an
Yeah.
Airbnb in like a small town and just like was in there in like this little one room apartment for for like 2 weeks and just like drawing and painting and like trying to absorb you just kind of do like weird projects that I wanted to get back to but hadn't had the time to before. But then
Yeah.
eventually I got like that weird fatigue of like, oh, I need to do other stuff. Otherwise the art gets kind of boring. It gets stagnant if you don't break out of that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and that's interesting, man. Like, because you actually had to travel too and like move around a lot.
Yeah.
So that must have been intense. What about
Yeah.
you, Will? Like, how about you? I didn't ask you a little bit about it during the stream yesterday.
Yeah, so like I don't know, we kind of transitioned pretty quickly into like working from home.
Uh huh.
Like I think as soon as like they announced like, oh, we're all gonna be quarantining, like I think they announced it that Friday, and by Monday everyone was already working from home. We like picked up equipment from work and have everything set up at home ready to go by that Monday, and
Wow.
it's just been like that since then. So that was like I think like the first week of March, maybe first or second week of March.
Got it.
Yeah, like it's weird. Just I mean like before then, like I was already I do freelance already like
Mm-hmm.
at home, so like I think I was kind of used to it. But after a
Got it.
while, I was just like I was still getting antsy, you know, like just
Uh-huh.
wanting to go out or be outside. But just
Yeah, it's
stuck inside.
it's crazy, man. It's crazy for
Yeah.
everyone. I also realized people are asking questions, and people are already asking questions in the right format, which is cool. Which is right question, and then say your question. So, yeah, man, I I feel you, man. I think a lot of people are still kind of coming to terms with the pandemic and stuff like that, like the new normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been following this guy who I believe he's a doctor in these specific types of diseases, and it's not Fauci. It's someone in the UK, I believe, and he's pretty. From everything he talks about, he's pretty objective, and he's saying that there's some good news on the prospects, but every time he brings up like America, he's just like, except for America and Brazil. And then it's like, oh man. And he's like, we'll see how they handle the winter and the fall, you know. He's like, but generally speaking, it's not looking great, you know. But he will talk about like when things are like doing good, and like, and he'll even like he's pretty critical of our president, for instance. But he'll also be like, oh, this is a good thing though that he's doing, you know. So like. Because I know, like, a lot of people, especially in our country, you either love them or you hate them, you know? Like, there's no in-between. It's like,
Yeah.
and for me, I think that's fair to be, like, have some critical opinion about somebody, but to just, like, take that critical opinion and just, like, blanketly think that everything that person does is terrible or dangerous, is in itself, I think, terrible and dangerous. You know, you gotta call them as you see them, right?
Yeah.
For instance, like when I remember, like I can give you a great example. Like, I remember when he was banning China, like in the very beginning stages, and I remember looking on like because I don't post online a lot, and I remember like people's original reaction was like racism, you know, and I was just kind of like, well, I think we should be doing that though, and I think feels a little weird because he's only doing the nationals, right? Not just like straight up everybody from China, even American citizens, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, that part I think is kind of weird, but this idea that banning in general, like this is not like the Muslim ban. You know, this is completely different. You know,
Yeah.
and then sure enough, like the world was like, oh wait, no, yeah, we should totally be banning flights, like all together. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, because I think that's reasonable. Like, let's like calm down for a second, you know? And because it's a viral disease, it spreads through people, and the more we know about it now, it makes a lot more sense why it was so bad in the beginning, right? Like the close quarters spreading, right? And what's more close quarters and bad ventilation than an airplane, you know? So like it could have been like one person that had it, and then that whole flight, now everybody has it. That's totally a thing that could have happened, and probably did happen, you know? And
Yeah.
I think that's what happened with Washington, right?
yeah,
Like that
Dude, I can speak to that as somebody who flew sort of at the peak. So
man.
coming
Don't
from
talk to me, dude. You're gonna spread it right now. just
over
just-
Discord.
Yeah, over Discord.
Dude, it was wild. It was so wild because basically what started happening is I would get messages from the U.S. embassy in Germany, like, "Hey, if you're gonna fly, like, can you like do it soon? Because we don't know if that there are gonna be flights in the coming weeks coming from going from Germany to
Sure.
to the U.S." And that's when a lot of like the European travel bans were happening and all that sort of stuff. But the one thing that like was solid in all of that was they were like, well, yeah, but if you're an American citizen, you can always fly back. Like,
Yeah.
you can
And that
just do
part,
that.
that part is like the part I'm like, huh? Like,
Yeah.
what does being a U.S. citizen have to do with you being safe from a viral disease? I didn't know
Yeah.
that because I was born in the States that apparently coronavirus does not affect me.
Yeah, it doesn't affect you. No, I think the thing was they got in this weird situation where for like legal reasons, they can't be like, well, you can't come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because
That
then
makes
they'll have to
sense.
figure something out with the countries where people were stuck, where it's like,
That's true.
oh, okay, well, you were there on vacation. You didn't have like money to live there for like the months that this lockdown is going to last. So
Gotcha.
like, how can we deal with that? So they were just like, all right, well, if you're a citizen, you should just come back. Like, fucking,
Yeah.
we'll figure something out.
And that is also reasonable. It's just that even though that's reasonable, doesn't mean that was probably the
It
best
doesn't,
strategy.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
like that.
you
Everything you,
still
just said to
can
me.
get corona.
Yeah, and you can bring it back home. Actually, it's
Yeah,
imagine if this was some other kind of disease that was way more viral and deadly, right? Imagine it was like
Oh, yeah.
28 days later disease, or like, and you,
oh yeah,
literally people are
we'd be
turning.
screwed.
Yeah, literally people are turning into zombies, and people
Yeah.
are like, "Look, I want to go home, though, bro." And it's like, but our home is fine right now. You don't have to take it for the team, dude.
Yeah,
And it's
Yeah.
like, nah,
no, for sure.
I gotta go home. And so, I think that that's the funniest part of all of that. But that was like one of very few things that I think he did that I was like, oh, that makes sense. But
Yeah,
even when he did it, it was still kind of half-assed in my opinion. I still was like, nah, dude. I think the reason why people think it's racist is just it's like straight up like selective. I don't think the actual banning itself is the problem. It's the selection process that feels weird, right?
yeah.
And so, but I think you're right though. Maybe he was thinking in those terms too, which is again I think is very reasonable. But there was ways we could have done that still, right? Where we could have had some really good quarantine measures when people did arrive, like truly quarantine. Not like kind of
Yeah.
quarantine, like hey, just stay home, bro.
It's not even kinda. It's not even kinda because I got to the airport
Uh-huh.
in New York, and they they like everyone stand 6 feet apart as you're like walking through a passport check and everything.
No masks,
And,
people are like super
like-
close to each other.
Yeah, they aren't really standing 6 feet apart, and then they just kind of like take your temperature and then give you this paper and like a form that says like what you're supposed to do to quarantine, and then you just go through. Like that's it. There's no like follow up. There's no one tracking to make sure that you actually do that. It's just literally like, all right, we gave them the paper, and they
Oh, dude, I
You know.
didn't know that the paper You didn't tell me about the paper. Now everything changes, dude.
Now everything's changing because I got the paper, so
I
now
didn't
I'm gonna
realize.
quarantine.
Now I know what we were doing. We had it right. It
Yeah.
is a hoax, dude. It is a Chinese hoax, dude. I was wrong this whole time, man. Yeah, but I'm glad that you made it here safely and made it home in a time, because there could have been like, you're right. There could have been a moment where they're like, nah, dude. This is real. Like, don't leave at all. And so that's pretty cool that you were able to get out of here. Hopefully, didn't spread it accidentally to be so.
Yeah, luckily, no. There was no spreading on my part.
Yeah,
I've been healthy the entire time.
yeah. But that's the thing about like this whole stuff too. Is just like, I think it's shown me too just how much of like our society we're just not prepared for this type of stuff.
Oh yeah, not at all.
As like humans, I don't think we scale very well. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, we just do not scale well. If it's like you and me, we're in a disagreement at something like politically, let's say, it's like, okay, whatever, right? Like, maybe we'll yell at each other, but that's the end of it. Yeah. Maybe some disgruntled texts here and there, but you increase that to like 20 people. Let's say you're at a bar, you have a disagreement there. It could be a bar fight, right? Some people are going to start scrapping. But again, probably the worst thing that can happen, or the most likely thing that will happen, is somebody will get bruised up, maybe sent in a prison cell for some reason,
Yeah.
But at the end of it, kind of come out of it or whatever, right? Scale that to like thousands of people, you get like riots in the street, dude. People start shooting at each other, it's like freaking...
Yeah.
And it's like for the same type of disagreement, And then you take that to the scale of like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and that's like straight up war, right? It's kind of like, I think we just don't scale well as a large society. I don't think as humans we're built for it, And more this type of stuff is just proving to be true. You know what I mean? So I just try to like say, you know what? And this is something I talked about a little bit last stream, and I'm going to take this time to kind of transition to actually answering questions too while I'm training this dude. Is like, I felt that all we've been hearing is just bad news bears, like every day. Like, everything sucks, life sucks, people suck. And I think it's time to kind of start balancing it out, try to get back to like the positive stuff. And I don't want to discount that there is negative things that are happening and that people are in a bad spot. Not everybody's doing all right, But at least I can try to contribute in some way. Because even myself, I'm not in the best of moods, lately, because of all the stuff that's been going on. But I do have one thing in mind, which is I have more control over my own thoughts, my own kind of emotions, and I'm trying to see if I can do more positive stuff. Including I started like a TikTok, and I love it, man. Like, I started a couple months ago, but I'm now like all about like making new content and thinking of fun, creative things to do, And so, and it reminds me of like the internet of the old, where people were just kind of like nice to each other, and just doing funny and silly things, at least for now. And I think
Come
maybe
on,
that's
AJ, that's a myth. There's never been nice people on the internet. What are you talking about?
there was a time, man. Like, I think what happened was that at first it was super cool and people were just like, yeah, tight. But then people started to, I mean, let me use the stream yesterday as a good example. So it started off like when we were doing the those little silly drawings. And again, everybody's drawing some fun stuff and it's cool. But eventually somebody started drawing some rated R things just as a product of time,
Yeah.
And that's a good kind of analogy of the internet. Like, at first everyone's like, this is so cool, and then they're like, all right, time to draw dicks. And it's so funny. It's unavoidable, and dicks are just funny, so I'm not too offended by it. It's just it's just it's just funny that that's like a good example of like how people evolve the internet. And then you start creating like tools like where you can allow people to be anonymous. That makes it even more sketch. There was this game called Journey. I'm not sure if you guys played it.
Oh yeah,
Oh, of course, yeah.
love that game.
Yeah, it's really good. And one of the things that the designers were talking about was like when they first made it, and they were trying to make it about like not hurting each other, you know. And the very first thing people did was like hurt each other, like however they could, and so they had to like ultimately remove like even the ability to talk to other players. They removed that. The ability to touch other players, remove that, because people would try to find a way to hurt one another,
Yeah.
which is super funny. That like when you keep people anonymous, they're like, oh, I'm gonna murder people,
Oh yeah.
you know.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, let me go up and see if I can find the first question. First question is why or WYD28. I'm gonna make up a voice for you, so just appreciate this is your voice. What do you think was what was pivotal in your training to level up and become the artist you are today? That is exactly how you sound. Accept it. They're like, wait, how did he know? What was pivotal in my training was the fact that like I realized that I was copying more than I was studying, meaning that like I would just kind of like look at an image and just copy it, you know. And at the time I was like, oh yeah, this is great, this is how you do art, you know. And when I started to actually let me do this. Hold on, I lost track of my thought. Let me just do this layer stuff. Okay, cool. Once I started to realize that I actually needed to learn like what the heck I was doing, you know, not like just kind of rely on like I'm moving my pen and that's enough. Like actually try to like make sense of what the world looks like and how it looks, so that way I can kind of be better at this game called art, you know. I started to improve dramatically. So specifically, like think of it like this: like I was like, okay, I need to do like anatomy studies, so I'll just like copy and paste what I saw from another anatomy artist. But then when I actually started learning how anatomy works on a functional level, then I started to get like really good much faster. Now I won't say that just because you only copy or use that strategy as an artist that you cannot improve. That's definitely a way to improve, just not nearly as fast as if you were just like way more focused on learning, you know, and understanding. So I think that was one of the most pivotal stuff, specifically in terms of my own training. And then the same person said, from can't draw stick figures to can draw the things in my head and it looks good. Okay, so to kind of amplify that idea, if I know how things work, then it's easier to just kind of draw them from my imagination. If I don't understand how things work, then it's harder to draw it from my imagination. And a good measure of this is very much that thing I just said. You know, if you are trying to draw something and it's hard to come to mind, but you think that you're like, but I know how to do this. Like I know how an arm works. I like to tell people, just assume you actually don't. You know, don't lie to yourself. It's better just to be in the camp of I don't know how to do a thing versus to think that you do know how to do a thing. You know, as soon as you start saying you do know how to do stuff and you actually can't execute, it's a kind of you're accidentally sabotaging yourself a little bit, of like thinking that you know what's going on, where in reality you really don't. But if you have this more of like, you know, I don't really know, so I better kind of like pay attention or study. Yeah, you'll get better so much faster with this type of approach. So that's that question. Let's see. I'm just going to kind of read out some stuff. Perspective draw is the weakest point. Oh, yeah. Yeah, perspective is tough. Yeah, U.S. isn't doing so great. Yeah. And then people are just in general, yeah, the same person, WYD28. U.S. citizens are immune, apparently. Yeah, we are, dude. Duh.
True.
I thought
True,
you
man.
knew, man.
It's our superpower. You know?
And then,
Dude.
what?
Ever since I passed that test, I got that immunity.
You got that. All you have to do, guys, is just get that piece of paper, and you're good.
Yeah.
As soon
And
as
then
I swore that oath, I was good, man.
And then the person that made the voice for it is like, that's not my voice. Oh God.
Oh no. Oh no.
It is how you sound. It's okay. Jailbird asked, How do you... Wait, no, I need to do a different voice. Hold on, here we go. How do you promote your work more effectively? Because I have 0.001% ability in self-promotion. So self-promoting is a simple thing, man. It's actually very, very simple. There are obviously nuances and strategies within self-promotion, but generally speaking, you want to, like, just like with art, like, you want to build a strong foundational skill. And with self-promoting, you want to have that basic foundational skill as well. And usually what that skill is typically just like posting as often as you possibly can with the kind of artwork that you possibly have available to you. Now, not everybody feels comfortable with their work. They don't like what they do, so they feel, trapped, if you will. They don't want to like promote kind of like garbage artwork, right? They want to like make sure their artwork is good, or they feel like their artwork has some sense of quality before they kind of commit to some sort of promotional strat. But reality is you should just start posting like right away. I think even Tabiso, right? Like, I had this conversation with you once. I was like, because you were like, oh man, like, how do you like get gerbs and like promote yourself? And I was like, just post more often, dude. And I told you, even you, I was like, you're actually pretty good. Even your sketches are really nice. So like, you don't even actually have that problem that I just suggested earlier that some people do. And you're like, all right, whatever. And then you did, and then I think that's what actually helped you get some of your opportunities, right? If you want to expand on that.
Quite literally, yeah. So I was super self-conscious about posting work because because of my job at the time and like other stuff, I just felt like I never could actually get something finished that was polished that I could put up there and be like a really good sort of, this is the best facing side of my art. Mm-hmm. But at a certain point, I was just like, screw it. I'll just post stuff daily. I was doing lunch sketches at lunch, and I was just doing like a little hashtag lunchtime sketch thing. And it was like pretty much every day I would just do an hour. And because after a while I kind of knew how much time I had, I would just do these portraits, and I got like fairly decent at kind of cranking them out in the hour. Or if I wanted to do something a little bit more complicated, I would like start it and then maybe do it over a couple of days, or, just maybe do a little bit of extra time. But the main thing was just literally posting something every day. And eventually and I think it's actually how I ended up at Six More Vodka, was that one of the artists there had just been like seeing my stuff all the time and was like, hey, we're looking for junior concept artists, and this guy's visible. He's there, we like his stuff. Yeah. And then that's how I ended up there. So I think it really is just putting yourself out there. And I think one of the it's like one of those benefits about it that people don't really talk about as much, is that if you're constantly working and sort of making the attempts to improve, if your work has been visible for like some time, people notice when you start making those big leaps in like the quality of your work. And I think that goes a long way for them. They like appreciate sort of seeing somebody grow and evolve as an artist. So wherever you are right now, it's a good time to post. Like,
yeah,
it's good.
Yeah. And kind of like the fundamental point that you're getting at and what I'm getting at is that, just posting often, it really allows people to see what you're up to. Okay. And now I'm gonna talk to you guys and be more explicit to why this is happening at some level. Okay. And when you understand like kind of the practical understanding of this, I think it'll give you more reason to kind of pursue and be consistent. So the practical reason why this is happening, specifically with social media, is the point of like where you would focus a lot of your attention and a lot of your abilities like on just making content, right? And when people don't think of this way, like they don't think about posting content, they think about like posting quality. They don't realize that when you post a lot of content very frequently, very often, you are actually allowing people to like catch up to what you're doing, like on a daily basis or on a weekly basis or whatever, because the algorithm works on, hey, what does this person like to see, and I'm going to share that content with that person. You know what I mean? So imagine you got imagine from the supporter's perspective, like a person that supports your work, right? So they go to Instagram. Let's say they go to Instagram and they follow 1,000+ people, okay? And you don't post artwork. So the algorithm is just like, okay, well, this person will just put on a lower percentage of what you call it, like importance. So when you actually do share something, let's say like a month later, they'll be okay, we'll share this, but after we show these other 20 people, right? Because at that point, those first 20 people out of those thousands are posting very frequently. You know what I mean? And so they're like, well, we're just gonna like let this other person, let these other people first. And then once you've posted that image and they see it, you know, you may get smaller turnover, you know, smaller engagement. So on your perspective, from the posting perspective, you're feeling like, oh, why don't, like I used to post and I get thousands and thousands and thousands, right? Now only getting hundreds, or on a larger or smaller scale, maybe it's less, right? But the reality is the algorithm's trying to show whatever is the most important to the actual supporters' perspective, right? So then you post that thing that one time, that 1 month, okay? Then they're going to like actually, the algorithm's going to put in front of the supporter. The supporter's like, oh, this is pretty dope. Like let's say Tobiso's posted an artwork, and they're like, oh, this is pretty cool. So they actually engage, right? They like message you or comment like, hey, cool thing, dude. And then Tobiso messages back, thanks, man, right? And if Tobiso does it again the next day, and that person sees this artwork again, like maybe instead of being after 20, they're after 10 people, right? And then Tobiso's engaging with this person again, and then the person's like, oh man, Tobiso's pumping out some cool stuff. I can't wait to see what he does next. And then eventually, if he keeps going, he'll be the first person that this person sees. And this is true for all the other people who happen to follow Tobiso's work. You know what I mean? And so there is like an algorithmic strategy to it as well. I remember I had a friend who was really like going all in on like conspiracies. He's like, oh, there they go again, like trying to suppress my viewer counts. Like I used to get thousands, and you know, he very much what I was just talking about earlier, right? And I was like, well, you haven't posted in like months, dude. Like you're on. It's not like all of a sudden you're just going to be back where you were at. There's a hierarchy, you know, and you're not on the hierarchy anymore, dude. And I said you just got to post more frequently, right? It's like all the people who follow you also obviously follow other people, so you need to like bring it back so that these people have some love and appreciation again, right? And sure enough, he started posting more often, and sure enough, he started getting more and more views. So it worked out pretty great, you know? And so that's like a practical reason why I think you guys should be conscious of this type of stuff. So anyway, hope that helps out.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what the? Someone sent me 250 PHP. What is that?
Pesos from the
The Philippines. Thank you.
From the
Hey,
motherland.
hey, AJ, wanted to show my thanks. Got a lot of art games from watching your classes and streams. Started to get freelance work. Hope to get into your class in the future. Much love from Manila. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you very much. Let me go up and see where we were left at. All right, so
How much
question,
money
how
was
do
that, Will?
yeah.
$5.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Wait, who is that? Is that Kalen? Get out of here.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, they're like AJ Pro voice actor, artist on the side. This is true.
Oh, dude, it's so real.
Question: how did you find the right workflow for you? So the right workflow for me was just a matter of my own interests. I think a lot of times people get really caught up in workflow, which, you know, I did too. I got a little bit like, you know, oh man, I better like know how to do stuff and feel comfortable doing these things. But I would like see what other people would do, like other artists that I liked, and then I would just kind of pursue that. I would just kind of like follow in suit, like, oh, I like that way of painting, then I should do it too. And I find that a lot of people who tend to start out, they're afraid of picking a process because it's like this kind of it's like this idea of like, option paralysis, where you have a lot of options available to you, but you're really scared that you're going to pick the wrong thingy, but in reality you should just do it, and just kind of hope for the best, because a lot of times you are going to be waiting for so long that eventually, that paralysis is actually going to create regret because you didn't really pursue anything straight up. And so it's really important to kind of just, don't worry about so much of the process, like, oh, do I have a thing right away? Like, just take a look at the artists that you admire and the kind of artwork that you like, and just kind of move in that direction, and you'll probably will be satisfied. Like, don't do this kind of thing where you see somebody do a specific type of style and it looks so impressive, but it's like so far removed from your own style. But it's like one of those, like, watching a six-pack abs types video, and you're like, oh, I want to do that now, right? Like, no, just kind of stick to your original regiment and your diet. Just focus on, like, finding more content that supplies that fuel. But it doesn't mean that you can't be inspired or, motivated by the type of artists that do that kind of the fun stuff that looks really interesting to you. But just know where you live, like what lane you're in, Don't get too caught up in like other people's processes as well,
Yeah.
Try to get better at what you like. And then once you start to really get a mastery over your own process, I think it's safer to kind of just try other stuff, like not be so caught up anymore on like nailing your specific process. But that would be my advice for you. And I didn't give you a voice, I just realized. I just kind of read it. So I guess your voice is that you sound just like me. So that's what that was.
Damn.
Yeah.
AJ clone.
Wow.
AJ clone. All right, let's see what we got here. And Jailbird is like, that's exactly how I sound like when I was doing the Sean Connery voice. I've been learning anatomy and trying to get better. I guess if that's what you sound like, I should read it like this then. That's exactly how I sound like. I've been learning anatomy and trying to get better. I'm self-conscious, especially because I'm transitioning from traditional work to digital work. All right, moving on. Diego de Leon, he says, they say, did you ever feel unsure of the track you wanted to take as an artist? Like going back and forth between various things you liked? I don't know why you sound like a villain, but so be it. I support villains as well. It's okay. I'm all about sharing that knowledge, regardless if you are a Bond villain or not. So I don't think I've ever felt unsure, I will say that, like, I would question very often, but the questioning was always trying to lead to a better forward answer. And a way that I like to think about this is like, a lot of times when people are really kind of focused on, like I was just talking about this just a moment ago too, right? Like focus on like making the right choice. They just kind of forget, like, it's like really hard to just make all the right choices all the time, And sometimes the people who take chances tend to stumble upon some really amazing things that they may have never stumbled upon if they didn't try. But I will say that there's nothing wrong with being a little bit more complacent or a little bit more relaxed, where, you live in a culture where it's like go, 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 hardcore parkour, all gas, no brakes, I don't really subscribe to this idea, at least not anymore, because I just think that it's not healthy, and it's just kind of like, it's like a little bit of like bro science that I don't think necessarily brings value to people's life, I think it's better just to go about things a little bit more laid back. Don't kind of have like this uncertainty drive your constant decision making. Just be like, you know what, I just want to do this thing, and if you can be as smart as you can about it, like if you can find things to help you make more informed choices, then absolutely do that. But don't also be like so like caught up on it that it's gonna like stop you from even starting, unless it's like really dangerous and murderous type things. Like you're like, AJ's right, man, I should take some chances. I really want to stomp on children's heads, so I should probably start doing that. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying like things that are clearly not like harmful or dangerous. AJ said, just try stuff, man. Don't have regret. I'm just gonna set my house on fire, dude. Or I'm gonna have a baby gender reveal party, dude. I'm gonna have one of those. Yeah, don't do that. Just be safer. Trying doing a little bit of environments here and there because you really are interested in it. That's not that crazy, Especially if you're leaning towards being more of a character artist, it's okay. Like try some stuff, I would say that be careful though. At the same time, you don't want to spend like if you have a focus, you don't want to also let this kind of free form thinking constantly make you flip flop on every little thing because eventually you really won't make too much momentum. But it's okay still. Like just try stuff out. I've tried things out all the time. And I constantly explore and experiment, but I always try to also then bring myself back to what is my roots of abilities. I should probably stick to that, But yeah, let's learn programming. Why not? Which I did. I learned how to program, and it was a lot of fun. So
it's a boy, by the way.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that it cost it was like $5 billion, 10 million like dollars worth of damage those gender reveal parties did. It's crazy. Yeah, man.
You'd think they would like it was a dry brush, obviously. Like you could see it was all dry. Like
nope.
Like,
it's a boy.
and it's process, man.
It wasn't even something super subtle too, like a little like firecracker. It was like a straight up explosion.
That's why it's like that Power Rangers meme, right? Like the random explosions in the background.
When the putty comes into place, yeah. All right, let's keep moving. Let's see what we got going on here. I wonder what that is in American currency. We already figured it out. A la Freedom Bucks. Do you think your 3D work reinforced your 2D illustration? Yes, sir. Or madam. They reinforce each other. Absolutely. I didn't give you a voice, but it's okay. That's probably around five sweet freedom dollars.
Dude.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say for the 2D and 3D thing, it's crazy how much 3D work can, even if it's not like digital 3D, like I did figure sculpting with actual water-based clay and oil-based clay. The kind of understanding you get when trying to figure out like the human body in 3 dimensions is like there's so much that you get from that you maybe wouldn't get if you only did things in 2D.
Yeah, you guys heard it here first. Examine the 3D form of the human body however you can. Tabisa. Nothing is off the table.
Nothing.
Do anything and all things to understand that 3D form. Oh, you mean like sculpting? No. I mean even beyond sculpting. Anyway, yeah, no, absolutely. And remember how I was talking about earlier, right? Like about how the more you understand how something works, the better you can just kind of just do it. And so that supports that idea, right? Like if you are like actually making something in 3 dimensions, right, in like actual 3D physical space, your understanding of it's like a lot broadens like right away. And same thing with like when I was working out, like the first times I was working out, and you can see how your muscles are growing based off of the kinds of workouts you're doing. It reinforces like, oh, okay, I know what this should probably look like if a person. Like if I was going to design like a sprinter, for instance, I would have already of intuition on like the kinds of muscle groups that I might want to amplify on that character design. You know, just from my own understanding of how that works.
Oh
you
yeah.
know? And that's just like a very large scale understanding, like, or very general understanding. I think most people understand what sprinters will look like, but you get my point. But anyway, yeah, this is coming together. Okay, I'm gonna start to really add some special effects, but I'm gonna settle these forms a bit more. Let me see if there's any more questions. If I skipped your question, I apologize. Jonathan says, I like to draw about environment and character design, portraits, etc. What's your idea on focusing on one of them instead of being mediocre at everything? Well, you kind of answered it yourself in your question, Jonathan. It's the problem of being mediocre at everything. Now, again, I actually am a big fan of like learning multiple things, but you should have a mastery at one thing at least, right? You should be really, really good at like a very specific skill. And the reason mainly for this thinking is that so you can, have something to kind of lean on. And what's great about this is that mastery can kind of inform other skills a little bit easier. Like, so for instance, let's say you're really good at character design. So you understand lighting, form, perspective, design, all within the scope of a character. So when transitioning to environments, learning about like form and some set of perspective, and even just your ability to paint well, carry over into environment designs. But then you need to learn how, like, architectural design, natural environment, like design, like how the world looks in a natural sense. You know what I mean? These types of things start to just be more obvious to you on what you should be learning, right? Or what you should be improving on when you already have like a basic understanding of some of the other harder skills that you obtain through character design, right? But if you don't know how to do characters and painting and environments and all this stuff, then every time you try to do anything, it's always so challenging because you don't have like a fundamental skill every which way, So having some sort of mastery it just gets you to somewhere faster. That's probably the best way I can explain it. You just get somewhere much, much faster. If you,
I can kind of add to that too.
Hell no.
AJ, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Dude, you think this is your show, dude? This is
no.
my show. Yeah, go ahead. I'm drinking some coffee while you're talking.
I've been so I was hired as an animator at my job, right? But we're also setting up our like a motion capture pipeline, and with that, like I essentially had to learn to rig our characters and set it up for the motion capture. And because I already kind of knew how well, like, what I need for animation, like what parts of the character bends and stuff like that, like it made me understand how to create the blend shapes and like pretty much the bending points. Like I understood where the problem issues are during rigging, and like I think that helped me get better at rigging a lot more, just because I'm already thinking about like, oh, this needs to move a certain way and this needs to move a certain way. So like, like definitely mastering one thing and then like applying it to other skill sets. It's very useful.
Wrong. Don't listen to anything he said. Oh my God, you're ruining all the good advice. No, of course, that's perfect. Absolutely right. Like when I started learning programming, for instance, even as an artist, like learning programming made me realize kind of like the scope of what I would ask or suggest to like a programmer. But because I'm also an artist, I'm like, oh, I know how we can probably get around this, and why we should do it. Like, as an artist, I know why we should do this, but I also have the tools to explain it to people who may not know, right? Because they're just like, that is a lot of work, what you're asking for. But now I'm like, oh, no, like, we can do it like this. Like when I was learning materials, for instance, in Unreal, You know what I mean? I was able to be like, oh, okay, like I know how to basically get this effect, right? In Unreal using the material editor because I've done it before, right? And I was able to like instruct some of our environment guys too, be like, hey, think of it this way, and they're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, instead of just be like, make it cooler, guys, and they're like, you know what that means, dude? And they're like, just add 700 tentacles, bro. And they're just like, oh no, oh, what have you done? And but like once you start to learn different disciplines, you have a little bit more respect. But you have that mastery though. Like my mastery is in idea generation via visual design, right? And so I push that every time. Whenever people were like, hey, we should do art stuff, I'm like, this is how we do art stuff. And having that ability, understanding, gives me a lot of clout, right? And then having all that technical understanding, kind of like to what Will's saying, only just helps me translate what I already have a mastery in to other departments, other people on the team, or other disciplines within the process, right? And so absolutely, I agree with this principled idea very much. But yeah, staying focused is still, in my eyes, has more of an added benefit than kind of just doing everything from the very beginning. Yeah, because it can be too distracting to kind of do it that way. But hold on, I'm going to pass the questions off a bit now. But before I do, because I want to hear what you guys think about some of this stuff too. So let's keep going. Do you think I already read that? Dang, I sound sweet. You did sound sweet. WYD28 said unfair earlier. It is unfair, but you know what, dude? Life is unfair. Ahmed Aldari was also doing voices on his stream. You know what though? He stole it from me. He probably saw what I did, and he's like, "I'm gonna do it." He knows. He's also one of the world's speed painting champions, and we were gonna probably compete this year, but because of COVID, we did it. But if you guys ever hear from Ahmed, tell him I'm coming for it. He has no chance. He's a good guy, great artist, great insight to his students. Very, very awesome. Support the guy, but he's a loser. Just know that. He is nowhere near as good as me. That's just how it is.
Throwing down the challenge.
All right. Okay, let's see what we got. I might have skipped some. I apologize if I skipped some. Question. Why WY, I keep starting with Y. WYD28 comes back with, what are the best exercises you suggest to level up your line quality? You got more nerdy. There's nothing wrong with that.
Progressively weird.
This person said, the same person, the well-rated kid in the West, Naruto. Yeah, I'm curious to what you think about that, Teresa. Tabiso, not Teresa. Tabiso. About what are the best exercises you suggest to level up your line quality? I'll let you take it from there.
Oh, okay, yeah. Line quality, I think, is one of those things that is really a lot about feel. I feel like there are like a lot of really basic practices that I picked up from just like figure drawing classes where you actually literally just practice drawing lines, like drawing a curved line. You draw two dots and connect them with an arc, or you just cut that kind of stuff where you're literally just practicing how to make a single line good and practicing your thick to thin and all of that sort of stuff. So I think it's good to do like warm-up sheets of that sort of stuff. I think there are a ton of exercises you could probably look up online for that. The other thing, I guess, would be just sort of looking at other artists who are really good at line quality and like trying to figure out like, oh, okay, where are they using thick lines? Where are they using thin lines? Where are they like leaving out the line entirely? That because I think it's kind of like a balancing act where you're constantly trying to figure out, okay, do I need the line here to define this, or is this something that will be better if it's just implied by the line sort of going out earlier? That's usually the kind of stuff that I go to. Although I'm not generally somebody who does super clean finished lines for anything. I mean, I can do it if I have to, but the way I tend to think of my lines is I like use them as like I want to have them there in the final painting or illustration or whatever. So they kind of like take this dual role of like some of the lines are thick enough that they're actually kind of shadows or they're shadow shapes, that sort of deal. So I think it's really just like, you know, trying different approaches, seeing what feels comfortable to you, what actually gets you to the level of quality that you're aiming for. Like I think it's good to have art that you really like up that you can sort of look at and compare your own work to and really kind of be like, oh, is this at the same level? You know, like I think that's a good way to practice it.
Wrong. Every time.
Every single time. Damn it.
I'm bringing back the wrong, dude. Kaylin, do you have any? Because Kaylin, you're pretty good at doing lines too.
Thoughts on doing lines?
Yeah.
Doing
There's
lines
actually a
sounds-
really good book called it's by Jason
How
Shire.
to do lines. It's
Yeah, how to do lines. It's called Designing with Confidence, and I never really knew like how it's more like it's more geared towards like industrial drawing or like architecture drawing. But the way we were talking about earlier about like when to connect lines, stuff like that, and they have different ways of describing lines. They call them like, you know, just a regular straight line or like go hit go lines where you like you stop, you let off the page, you go a little bit, and then touch the page again. And they kind of describe like every kind of line you can do or variation, and they kind of describe like also like when's a good time to use them for like certain kind of objects, whether it's like trees or buildings. And it's actually like really informative. And I remember when he showed it to me, I was like, wow, this is like really good. And then I didn't really ever get any use out of it until like later on when I started doing more professional work and I had to do lines, and I was like, oh, this is like totally viable. And another one is it's called The Pencil Broadsides by Theodore Kotsky, and that one's like really good for environment people because it really shows you like just with pencil how you can achieve certain textures. And it's more about process, which I know like you're not necessarily a fan of, but it does give you like a certain way of looking at it. And if you're able to kind of like,
Wait,
I guess,
hold on.
analyze
You
like
said-
what they're trying to do with it, I think you can actually like do it and then like evaluate it and go, okay, like how do I kind of translate this into Photoshop? And also like, okay, why are they doing it like this? And they're like, oh, it's because these details aren't important. But then you kind of leave with some knowledge of like how to kind of reapply it, but in a different way.
Who's not
So
a fan of
that's kind of
process?
What's up?
So who's not a fan of process?
No, you were talking earlier about how people were kind of worried about their process, and you were saying don't like be kind of worried too much about like how someone is doing something.
Oh, no, I think it was more about don't worry about how you're doing something. It's like focus, like for instance, like if for instance you mentioned that book, right? If that's something that appeals to you, then that's something that would have a lot of value, right? Because like if you really want to be a draftsman, then you probably should read that book, you know? Like where maybe someone like me, I would read it more as like a supplement to what I really care about. Because I'm ultimately a painter, right? So I would probably read more about like Sargent's approach to stuff. Because whenever I think about artwork that I like, that's the kind of work. Like whenever I think about artists that I love, they usually are painters, you know? Where I think someone like yourself, right? Like you appeal to cloud drawing. So anytime I'm sure there would be like a book about how to draw clouds well, that would make sense for your process. But why would I read a book about clouds if I'm drawing like monsters and creatures?
They're awesome.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think that there's nothing there's no value at all. It's just it's like if you're like being a brain surgeon, and then you're learning how to do like kettlebell thrusts. It's like they have no direct connection to one another. You know what I mean? And so,
Yeah.
even though you should learn how to do kettlebell exercises, you know, even if you are a brain surgeon, it's just not going to help you do better brain surgery. It may have some sort of metaphor around why you do brain surgery, but not actually in a practical sense. So I would say, I would want you to retract this whole idea that I hate process. How dare you?
Nah, dude. Roll back the tape. Roll back the tape. That's what he said.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's roll it back, dude.
Record you and Twitter and just.
I have a shirt that says "I hate process," and I'm like, "Oh, what the?"
About to assassinate this man's whole career.
Roll back
His
the
whole
tape.
career.
Whole career.
Yeah, let's get a poll going in the chat. Did I say I hate process, or is Kalen an idiot? If you think Kalen is an idiot, just type the word Kalen
I
is
didn't
idiot.
use the word hate. It's a very harsh word.
Like all one word, Kalen is an idiot, and that way you vote. And if you think that I hate process, just write.
You
AJ
want to go
hates
to war?
process.
You want to go to war? Go to
We're
war.
doing this. We're doing this, and then
I
we'll,
posted the link though in case you want to give that Amazon link. If people are curious about the book. The book's actually really
where did you post it?
in your message on Discord. So it's like an Amazon link.
Send it
If people wanna,
to send it to Mike, and he can send it into the actual chat. Are you still here, Mike? What are you doing, Mike? Are you eating some fried chicken again? What's going
No,
on?
dude. I'm here.
Just eating
He's
some.
pooping, man.
shame me.
Leave him alone.
Are you on the toilet again? Ah, man.
Oh no!
He's got to poop out that KFC.
He's gonna try it. It's gonna take him 7
Not even
days.
Popeyes.
Bro, send me that link. I got you.
yeah, it's a really good book. Actually, I'll find the Designing with Confidence. Designing with Confidence though, I don't know if you can find it anymore. It's like hard to find.
I have a tutorial called Designing Conference, so they stole it from me, dude.
Oh no, there you go. I actually found it right here.
Roll it back, dude.
Like,
Roll back the tape. The tape of history.
I'm calling my lawyer.
We're going to war.
Yeah.
All right, those are the two books that I highly recommend if you're trying to get better with lines. And that's from Jason Shire. That's from the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, Jason's awesome. Yeah, I think that's cool, man. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I think when it comes to getting good at line art, yeah, it's just a matter of like line art is one of those things where there's definitely an ungodly amount of resources on how to do it well. Okay, so it's just really up to you on where and how you want to do it.
And
you
it's
know?
called Paul Richards.
Yeah, Paul Richards is one of those people. But I'm just saying, like if you're like, oh, how do I get good at line art? It's almost as like saying like, how do you get access to I don't know, like air? You know, it's like it's everywhere, dude. You know, like the things that are really hard to get access to in the artist's world is like design stuff, especially design for entertainment. But when it comes to like drawing and even painting, there's so many resources. And we kind of touched upon this yesterday. There's controversy right now between a prominent like artist who's making like an art instructional book, and in it supposedly he like stole a lot of information from another artist's art book, and even then there was like a case to be made like a lot of these principles that they think that they own is kind of found everywhere. You know, I'm not gonna get too deep into. I don't want to
Yeah,
voice a specific.
about.
Yeah, I don't want to voice a
same here.
specific
I know what
opinion,
you're talking about.
but I'm just saying like there's some
Using
stuff.
perspective lines? I did that first.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some
shit.
stuff that I think is pretty damning, but there's other stuff that's just like, what do you guys,
Just
what are we
kinda
doing here, guys? like,
Yeah.
like, how do you draw a
It's
line,
not
bro?
about what?
That was me, man. And I'm like, oh, what?
Yeah. Some of that stuff I saw, I was like, but like I feel like somebody else has this information as well. Like it's not like
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
but
like just your thing.
Watch
Yeah,
them
but let's
all
be clear,
probably
though.
Like I did it, and then this keeps going back and forth to like the beginning of time.
Yeah, I think
100-year-old person comes out and he's like, I did it.
I was gonna say, I think the main thing that was kind of the issue wasn't. I feel like it wasn't so much the content; it was just like that the ordering and like the
yeah,
example,
the format
and all
and
that
stuff.
stuff.
So it
Format
was with
like,
it wasn't
it was
without
like-
its merits. Is what
Yeah.
I'm getting at. Like there is some justifiable concern, but at the same time, it's like there are some things like stick to the facts, yo, right? And it's like, and
Rap. No.
Yeah. Because otherwise, like me using the round brush and talking about that, people are gonna be like, "What?" You know. But
You know, I invented the square tip brush, right?
how dare you? How dare you? Everyone
That
knows
was me.
that I
You
made
all
it.
owe me money.
But like the point I was trying to get at, is that there is just so much resources on how to draw well, and a lot of it is just kind of just regurgitated. So if you want to try to find unique versions of that same take, you might have to do your own digging and investigation, right? But I mean, like, how many ways can you draw a line? There's only so many ways. Like, how many ways can you crosshatch, right? And at some point, like, it's just a matter of how you go about presenting those types of traditional techniques, right? More so than anything else. Like maybe using, like I saw somebody cross-hatching, but by using a different type of tool, like they were like basically using an X-Acto knife, cutting out from paper, and then they would put it against like a dark background, the negative spaces. But it's ultimately cross-hatching, but just instead with a lead pencil. But it had its own look to it because of the way that it was the tool in question, how it was utilized, right? That's what made it feel cool. Like when you see like those fire drawings where people would take like either like a burnt charcoal or like just burn like with the actual fire onto like wood and sculpt that way. There's something interesting with what you get from that. But the technique in itself, like the way to draw that kind of stuff, can be applied to really any medium. You know what I mean? It just happened to look cool when you burned it into, like a wooden side of a tree or something, or like a side of a tree, a wooden side of a tree versus a non-wooden side of a tree that we all are used to knowing. But anyway, cool. So, I think I'm gonna take one more question, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a break. Are you happen to be drawing, to be so? And if so, would you be willing to share your screen and share what you're working on while I take a break?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, not right now
Give me
though. I'm
one
gonna.
sec.
Yeah, just go ahead and keep doing your thing. I'll let you know when we're getting there, so that way I can
Yeah.
go take the dog out for a bit. All right. So,
Sounds good.
another question was from Anton. He says, I do enjoy to design props, but not really into environment paintings. I've seen concept artists doing characters and props. For example, Paul Richards or Baldy Golden, not laser focused. Yeah, I mean, even Paul has done like environments, I think.
Yeah.
But if I were to say like I don't know who the other artist is off the top of my head. I'm sure if I've seen their work a bit. Oh yeah, I know who that is. But Paul Richards, if I had to like pinpoint like what his actual mastery is, it's definitely characters, right?
Yep.
Like he is a character guy. But let's be clear. My point is that if you master something for quite a while, you're bound to try other things. So, and if you work professionally, you may just be subject to it, just by necessity of your work. Even if you work for a big studio who hired you specifically for characters,
Yeah.
And so, I think for me,
Especially when you're good, because you'll finish it fast, and they'll be like, "Well, shit, this is all done now. Why don't you do some character? Why don't you do some environments?"
yeah. And
Yeah.
so, I'm gonna actually go. I can hear my dog barking now. I can feel it.
Okay.
So I'll let you. I'll let you take it from here. Do you have your screen sharing?
Let
If
me
so,
do it now.
if so, I'm gonna swap it over. All right, here we go.
Can you
Watch
see that?
stream. I think so. Pop it out. I'm coming, dude. Give me a second. All right, and I'll let you guys take some more questions if you don't mind, and then I'll be right back.
Cool.
Right back.
Is Michael looking at the stream? 'Cause I'm not on the
I
stream.
don't know. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Whatever.
Yeah. I was gonna say for that thing with Paul, especially with Paul specifically, because we interacted in like professional setting too. I think there's like I'm focused on character design and that sort of stuff, but just the nature of any project, you're at some point gonna have to do other stuff. So,
Oh, yeah.
so it's just good to have that, to be comfortable to do some other stuff whenever it's necessary, just because it's, especially when you're starting out, because you have to imagine, like, if you get on like a big project or something like that as a new guy, it's not likely that they're going to let you design like main characters and stuff like that. It's not until
in the beginning you're definitely going to do like kind of the bitch work that no one wants to do.
yeah, they're going to be like, hey, design these crates,
yeah,
these boxes.
You got to make it the best crate possible. But
Exactly.
definitely I would say, like, it's, normally you want to master that one thing. I think it's also because Paul, there's levels to this in terms of Paul being such a huge veteran,
Yeah.
that he can probably just do whatever the hell he wants. And because he's so good at characters, I imagine the pipeline for that probably goes so quick that then
then it's like, all right, can you do this?
We're paying you, so we need to like find something for you to do. Like at my job, I had to do environments, and then I'm like, well, you want me to do like landscapes that are like photo bashed? I was like, all right, that's gonna go pretty quick. So then all of a sudden, like, I'm moving a million miles per minute, and then they're like, well, all my stuff is done. So either I just go home or you give me something to do. And like, all right, you're gonna work on some icons. And I'm like, okay, I don't like icons, but it's like that's what's needed right now. Like right now I'm doing weapons, like weapon tiers, like figuring out like for outsourcing, like figuring out like what materials we're gonna use. Like literally the most boring stuff, but it's just because of the fact that like I did like all the levels, like all the designs for it, and even like for downloadable content in the future, like it's all done. So they're kind of just like, well, we got to find something for you to do. So it can happen, but you have to be good at that one thing first,
Yeah, for sure.
That opportunity to be useful. And so it's good to know, because eventually you won't do that one thing forever, because it's pre-production. Meaning that you're in the production part, but eventually once it goes to production, you have to find a way to be impactful or be useful. Otherwise, they're just gonna lay you off or just keep you as a freelancer.
Yeah.
So having that second skill is definitely important to have. But to get your foot in the door, to even have the job in the first place, you need to have like that mastery.
Yeah, for sure. And it's totally like the thing that was said before, where it's like, but if you're good enough, if your fundamental skills are kind of there, then doing like bit prop work and stuff like that, the little prop designs and things like that, shouldn't be out of your reach.
No, it's definitely like, I think people sometimes like think that you have to like do like these amazing like Sistine Chapel like paintings, you're like an all-star like 24/7. Normally it's not even that. Normally it's just like, we just need you to like draw the side of this building to like figure it out. I call it putting out art fires. Like there's a fire that like needs to be figured out. Like we need to figure out what this is going to look like, and your job is to do it. So very rarely are you doing like these crazy illustrations. A lot of times it's just small, just I call it problem solving, like a puzzle solving.
It's like a
visual puzzle. I feel like we're hired as fixers of a problem when there's something.
I mean, that's 90% of concept art. Yeah.
I just call it like I'm putting out like, we meet up every Monday for our team. They're like, what are you doing today? I'm like, I'm putting out art fires. Like someone doesn't know what this jacket should look like. Someone doesn't know what this region should look like. Like my job is to just kind of do that. So I mean, very rarely are you called on to kind of do stuff like that. So having fundamentals is good. Like I remember when I was at Wave Dash, like I finished up the environment, so I was just doing skins, and all I had to do is like just the most basic, like just like color variations, like that kind of stuff. Yeah. But then it saves like a lot of time, and you're like, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
So just gotta
color variations.
I like it because it's like kind of fashion stuff, like it's like relaxing work a little bit, because then you're just like looking at like color patterns. Like I kind of find that stuff like interesting.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that recently.
I can't. God bless all UI artists, because I hate it.
Dude, UI is so wild.
It's hard. It's really hard, and I just like don't. I hate it. Like with passion.
So like I got like a bit of like a tiny bit of exercise with it just from doing slot stuff, because just the way the slot stuff was working, it's like if you were an artist on a game, you were doing like all the art, like all the animations, all the backgrounds, UIs, like fonts and stuff like that. So like you just basically had to learn all that stuff. And obviously because it's slots, it's not like the same. It's not like AAA quality, like amazing stuff that you're making, but like just figuring that stuff out was like pretty wild for me, where I was just like, oh, I've been moving this button around for the past 3 hours and I have no idea if it looks good in the spot that it's in or if it makes sense. Like having to email the designer like, hey man, like if I put this button here, is it gonna like mess with people? Like, are they not gonna use it? And
it definitely takes a certain kind of mind, like, because they're graphic designers, but then like I think UI artists are just really good at like the idea of making graphical reads, because like everything has to read very, very small. And I'm like, if they ever like started doing concepts, or like they'd probably destroy us.
Yeah,
so the way they think about stuff, I'm just like, what? Because I had to do some UI stuff like last year, and like help making buttons and stuff like that. And they're just like, make a button that communicates this idea. I'm like, what?
It's like, what do you mean communicates? It's a button.
Yeah, it's a button. I'm like, the button means whatever the fuck you want it to mean. Like, anything. Like, we don't have to like make it that deep. Yeah. And they're like, no, it has to like communicate stuff and then colors and patterns. Yeah, you couldn't get me.
It has to instantly make sense to the user.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like good UI. Like you don't recognize that it's there, but like it has to be good. It's a really weird thing to be a UI artist. I'm like, I don't understand how you do it.
It's the whole like good UI goes unnoticed, but bad UI breaks the game.
Yeah, I'm like, I want my good shit to be noticed like a motherfucker. Like I don't want it to be like go unnoticed. Right? Yeah. It's a really weird like of like being good, but then like not noticing it.
Yeah, but I feel like that
artist, you're a different breed, and I respect you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but I feel like that's how you know when somebody's a game designer. Like when they look at a game and they're like, "Oh my god, the placement of that button!" Like.
I mean, I still look at games and I'm through UI, and when I see bad UI, I'm like, it like hurts my soul.
Yeah.
Why would this be here? Like this is like really inefficient.
Yeah.
So
love it.
Good UI artists are hard to find. Like if you have a good, especially like in mobile, like if you have a good one, it's like they're worth so much money. Like they'll pay you whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because especially in mobile, right? Working in mobile games, like if the UI is bad, like a user will just drop it. They'll be like,
they'll just uninstall the game.
Yeah, uninstall the game. Like, but if you have good UI and it can keep someone engaged, like you're like a unicorn.
Yeah, especially because it's so saturated in mobile too, where it's like so many games look the same, and like I feel like there's a lot of copy paste design approach for so much stuff.
Yeah, I actually enjoy I have like a Pinterest where I look at UI, and I actually really like just like making little symbols and stuff like that. Because like some of my UI friends like want to make T-shirts, and I'm like, if you nail it, like it's gonna be good because you're a UI designer. If you can make a T-shirt with a cool logo, like you're gonna destroy.
Wait, I thought someone had a question earlier that I saw. I think that might have been directed at me. Was it? Let me find it. Oh yeah, Dan Robinette was asking about slots and if it. I work in slots currently. Did it count as a foot in the door for you, or was it basically irrelevant when applying for other art jobs?
Slot machines?
Yeah,
I didn't know you worked in slot machines. That was one of my first jobs.
Dude, yeah, that was my first gig straight out of college.
Oh, yeah, that's dope. Yeah. Shout outs to like casino people that work on slot machine games.
Absolutely. Because there's actually like a weird amount of really talented people in the slots industry in general.
Yeah, but, that's actually AJ's first job was actually like working with me at Crazy Pixel, and we're working on a slot machine game.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we were contracted to do it. This is back when like machines started getting like way more interactive, slot like on like
when the video stuff started.
Yeah, I was like that was one of our first.
The AI people went to the slot machines.
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of the. Yeah, a bunch of the guys that I worked with were like TV animation people, like people who had worked at StarToons and worked on like Animaniacs and stuff like that. So when that industry crashed, they needed, other stuff to do, and Slots was hiring, and they had the chops for it. But as for the question itself specifically, when I got the job initially, I kind of knew that it wasn't directly relevant to what I wanted to do in terms of like, no one's going to look at the slot game that I made and be like, oh yeah, like it wouldn't be like a shipped title that I would put in a resume per se. But
you didn't put in your resume?
no, because I just felt like weird because it wasn't really what I wanted to do. So I was like, I don't.
Dude,
like,
I still rep perfumery.
I mean, I'll say I work there. I'll shoot people the links to the games and whatnot.
Dude,
but
let me see it, dude.
Oh, dude, you got to get on that Seinfeld slot machine from
What?
Scientific
Dude,
Games.
next time I go to Vegas, which is probably never because of COVID, when I do, I'm looking for the Seinfeld. I'm asking.
Yeah, look for the Seinfeld and the James Bond Thunderball.
Oh, dude.
Oh, shit.
I got to work with some cool licenses. That was the nice thing about it. And the last one
I didn't
working
get a
on
full license. We got some weird romance novel bullshit.
I love it.
What?
Yeah. Most of the time I made like some weird like Two Magic Koi game that I don't know did anything, but like most of the other stuff was licenses. So I got cool access to like a lot of that stuff. But
I find it now because Jason Hill. You know Jason Hill, right, Will?
Yeah.
So Jason Hill is like a character artist used for Apex Legends. So like he made like Wraith, like some of the most like famous characters in that game. And now he works for Turtle Rock. But his first job was with me on that, like doing the character models for that stuff.
Nice.
So it's just funny that like people look at him now and they're like, dude, I love Wraith, I love like Bloodhound. And I'm like, yeah, oh, man, he was doing slot machines, bro.
Yeah, dude. No, yeah, and so like to the question, the way I looked at it going in was I was like, all right, well, I'm clearly not at the level to be like working at the big companies that I wanted to work at, but I need a job, and I also want to have the time and energy to practice and hone my skills and all that sort of stuff. So Slots was kind of like a really cool place to pick up a bunch of extra skills that I didn't have. So like I was saying before, like, for us, at least the way it worked is if you were an artist on a game, you were pretty much handling most of the art on the game, from the symbols, UI, all that sort of stuff. So I then was learning how to do stuff in Unity. I was doing stuff in After Effects, like animations and text effects and
yeah, totally
basic graphic design stuff. So I was just like, all the basic character design stuff I could practice on my own, like just doing, life drawing and character studies and personal projects and stuff like that. But then all this other additional skill is only going to enhance whatever I can do with my characters.
It's very relevant, though. I think it's very relevant. I think when someone asks the question, right, like, does this stuff apply to your other jobs? It really does. Actually.
Yeah.
Just because a lot of companies, what it shows to an employer, at least to me, it shows that like you can like hold a job down. You can hold a job down. You can follow directions, and you can work with other people. Because a lot of times, like people are artists and they're just like super introverted. They don't like taking direction, and like usually when you're an artist the very first time, like you'll have your own opinions and you're like, but this is better, and you like don't want to listen to your art director. You get this kind of weird artist where like they're just so used to just being in their own house, just drawing what they want to draw, that when they're being able to change something like over and over and over and over again, and like people not being happy with their work. Like some people aren't good at it.
There's a mentality and like a sentiment that you have to have where you realize like, it's art and I'm making the art, but it's not like for me. Like I'm making a product for someone else, so I need to be able to listen to what they need.
It really shows that you can fall in line, which kind of is like not the best analogy, but it just shows that like, okay, this person can fall on a job and he can work 8 hours and like not annoy people. Like that's a big thing to show.
It's just
Oh,
that
yeah.
you can work with the team and actually make progress on the project and move it forward. You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What I meant was it wasn't that the actual job wasn't on my resume. It's just the artwork from the job wasn't.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
So
Yeah,
like I would definitely like say that in interviews, like, yeah, I've been working with teams of like engineers, designers, mathematicians, and all that stuff for like, I was there for 4.5 years total. So yeah. So yeah, any work where you can be in like an actual production environment with a team, having to work on a schedule and like,
Having to
prove
wait.
that you're how to having to wake up at the same time every day.
You'd be surprised, man. People are still like late. They're like,
Yeah.
what? Like, dude, do you not know? Like, you have to go get to work on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can practice that stuff now for sure. Like just going to class on time, like all that kind of shit. Like it's good. It's good practice.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was weird for me though, because I feel like I was a terrible student. Like I was just like not, especially in like in the later years of school, I was just like,
Well, terrible in classes that you don't care about. But best believe if I like when I was in the class with like Carlo, like I was trying to like, hey, we need to leave on time, we need to be there, like
yeah,
because you want to like impress them and you want to show like, hey, I'm serious about this kind of shit. So you're like, yeah, let's wait, let me go to sleep early. Let me like, I'm not gonna party today because I need to like get my shit done.
yeah, for sure. Like I know that. I think that's actually like an important thing that some people pick up is that when you like people get self-motivated, because I feel like I would always think about, man, I'm so lazy, like I never get anything done. But then I started thinking about when I started drawing and how I would draw for like 12 hours, like unprompted, like no one had to tell me to like do studies and like all this other stuff. Like the discipline was there. It was just when it was something that I'm interested in kind of deal.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
think people just need to figure out how to tap into that and use that for work.
Yeah, you have to. I tell my students sometimes that like you're gonna wake up and not love art,
Yeah, it's a job still.
and it's still a job. And so it's not about doing what you love, but essentially kind of finding the love in what you do. So you're kind of like, I don't love art today. Like, how do I find a way to love art today? Because I have to love it. Otherwise, like, I'm not gonna put the best effort forward. So like, I have to find a way to like love what I'm doing. That's a really hard thing, especially as you get older and as you just get more jaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
The industry of like working with assholes and stuff like that, it
Yeah.
definitely can like take the soul out of you. So that's where personal work comes in. But you definitely have to like really each day really is like a game. It's like it's a match of like 8 hours, and you really have to figure out how am I gonna like perform and make sure that I'm like I'm doing it. But if you like your job, then that's even better. And then like it's a little bit easier to wake up every day.
Yeah.
But it can definitely be soul crushing to work on something that like you're not passionate about. I mean, like I definitely had those moments working on like a mobile perfume game, diner perfume game.
So real.
And then you're just like, hey, what are you working on, dude? And I'm like, oh, dude, I can't tell you. It's NDA, bro. NDA perfume game. And I hate it. But like,
you just don't want to.
Like, you gotta take pride in it, though. You gotta take pride in what you do. That's a big thing for me.
Yeah.
Like, even though I hated that project, I can tell you, like, by far, like that perfume game was like, I made the best perfume shit like ever, dude. Pride in that shit. That's why I tell people about it. I'm like, dude, check that shit out, dude. I killed that.
Yeah.
So you definitely
No, for sure. Yeah. There are those moments where it's like, I hate this project, but I fucking made the best symbols I've ever seen on that one.
And that's hard for younger students, I think. Now I'm not sure. It could be like a millennial thing. I doubt, even though I'm a millennial as well. But like some of them like don't. Sometimes like I'll give my students those kind of assignments, like just make a trash can, and I'm like, it better be the best fucking trash can I've ever seen. Like sci-fi trash can. And they're like, what? Like, I want to do this, and I'm like, nah, dude, just make me a trash can. And it's just like, you gotta have pride in that kind of stuff. You gotta take pride in something else.
I think it's also good because that's generally also how you prove to like your art directors and like other people on whatever project that if they give you something more involved and more complicated, that you'll be able to to do something cool.
Yeah. If you're in the beginning, you're never gonna get the cool stuff first. They're gonna give you like the whack stuff to see like how you handle it.
Yeah.
And you definitely have to kind of like earn your dues to kind of say like, hey, like let me do some stuff. Like when I was at ILM and like, you know, they announced like episode 7 and they brought in like Doug Chang. Of course, like I wanted to work on it, but they're like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Over here and do some shit, bro. So I had to like get my work done, and I'm like, hey man, like I finished my work. Like, come on, you got something for me.
You guys got a stormtrooper or something?
You want something? And then like finally Doug Chang like threw me a bone like one time, and he like drew this amazing sketch on like on a post-it note, and he's like, hey, can you figure this out? And I was like, hell yeah. And I lost it. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna keep it anyway. But I was thinking about keeping it. I'm like, I want to keep it, frame it, sell it. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, I knew that like as much as it sucked and I wanted to touch the project, I knew like, yeah, like I'm definitely out of my league here, and I'm just like a young rookie, and you gotta earn your time on the bench and perform, you know, when you got the 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Where you can be a starter, you know. So definitely gotta pay the dues.
Yeah, I think that's definitely like a hard thing for a lot of people to learn. It's getting the job is just the first step.
Yep.
It's like then it's like, all right, well, now the work begins.
Yeah. Once you get a job, that's when the real work starts. If you think school at the end of it, it just gets harder.
Hey.
Hello.
He's back.
Welcome back.
I ate some lunch too. I forgot I haven't eaten anything at all. Like not even breakfast. I was like, I better make myself some lunch because gonna get another 2 hours in here.
For shizzle.
I was listening to you guys though.
Oh,
Nice.
I was on my phone, and I was like, look at these guys locking it down with good old advice. It made me think too. I was like, we should make slot machines, dude. I know how to program them. We could make slot
it's
machine
actually
games.
not that hard. Yeah. Like when you
10 cents? Where are we gonna put it?
I mean,
No,
art-wise,
sell the actual.
Oh, I thought you meant like an actual fucking slot machine. Like we're gonna like get one and like
Well, that too. I mean, we can look into.
the hardware.
just go to an airport. Hey man, can you put our slot
One.
machine? Give you 20%.
All right, here. Let me swoop this from you. This full screen. Wait, what the?
I mean, you could probably build one with like Raspberry Pis and stuff, no?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you could do it all. Like all the programming you can do in Unity. Like it's actually pretty well integrated
Unity.
to a lot of stuff.
It's Unity. How dare you?
You want to do Unreal Engine 5 for slots?
Yeah, dude. Just like, welcome. Put one penny
RTX.
in.
It's got like an AR hologram that comes out on the top.
Oh my god.
So it's like
It'd be wild.
you like walk in and you're just like in a whole different reality. Absolutely, dude. It's like better than Uncharted.
Yeah.
It's like that one skit from Rick and Morty when Morty plays that game, but he actually like lives like a long, fulfilling life as like an old man, right?
Yeah.
And then he dies and he wakes up in the game. He's like, where am I? Where are you? He's like, you didn't play it right, Morty. And he's like, oh, look at Rick. He's off the grid. He's like, and it's so funny. And then it's like, you lost $20. You didn't win. Oh, what? Anyway, cool. So we're at the portion of where I'll probably do a bit of a portfolio review, as well as critiques of paintovers. So if you have something that you want to share, let me go ahead and go back to the Discord. Invites. Okay, and then let me go to the YouTubes. All right. All right, there you go. I just shared a link to the Discord in the chat. So if you want to share your work, make sure to share it in the general chat. And then I'll take a moment to look through it, review it. We'll get a couple of you guys in here to talk. I think what I'll do is I'll reverse it. Last time I kind of did quick. I did like a review of portfolios, and then I had some people come in and ask questions about the portfolios. I think I'm going to reverse it. I think I'm going to have people come in and we'll talk about their paint over or a paint over. I think that'd be cool. Sound good? Sound good, friends? And for
Yep.
those of you who are curious, like where this illustration came from, so this drawing that I did originally started like this. This is from what we did in Magma Studio yesterday, and then it was multiple artists worked on this one product, and then I decided to paint over it, and that is the result of the first hour of the stream. And then Tabiso was kind of take over, do some more demoing in front of y'all, so I can have a little bit of a break. Cool. All right. So, if that's all done and did, let's take a look at see what everybody's actually put in the general chat. It looks like people are just starting to post stuff, so I'll just wait it. I'll wait it out a little bit longer. While that happens, I'll do like another demo. But is there any other questions actually that you guys might have saw that we could probably answer before we jump into it?
I think I did see one just now from WYD28.
Oh, the good old nerd, dude.
Yeah. So do you guys believe it's more about pride than making? Oh, do I have to
The
do
voice.
the? Oh, I don't even remember what it was. So do you guys
There you go.
believe it's more about pride than making things fun for you?
Wow, did you practice it?
Dude, that was amazing. Do it again. I was
that was
like
great.
laughing.
It's actually like
Do you guys believe it's more about pride than making things fun for you? You just gotta grin and bear the bad stuff.
I mean, I like money.
Like it's so funny. Like WYD28 is probably like he's like probably like 9 feet tall. Has like he's like
It's just like the smoothest voice ever.
smoothest voice, long,
On
beautiful
site.
locks. It's like that episode in Simpsons where there's like this guy in a small car and like Bart's making fun of him, or I forget who's making fun of him, and he's like, ha, ha. And then the guy comes out of the car and he's like this massive dude. You laugh at my misfortune. This is the only car I can afford with the budget that I have. Yeah, I feel like that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Disclaimer: we do not know at all what WYD sounds like or looks like. I'm sure this person is amazing. We just we just are doing it.
Just
to make
having
it
a little
entertaining.
fun.
Making it entertaining.
You fucking dick.
I mean, we've made this person's voice sound crazy every single time, and they keep asking questions. So clearly, they're not offended.
Hey, he did say it. Those are perfect descriptions of him. 9 foot tall and all.
This is true.
Okay, so about like, you know, blunting the force of like or your will when you're drawing. You know, it all depends on the goal of what you're trying to do with your art, right? If you're just trying to make art because you love art, like you're an artiste, then I think it's okay to like just don't worry about it. Like just draw and love it and enjoy it. You know, don't have an agenda, right? But if your goal is to try to get a job, you know, in a career in the industry, then it's just a different beast, right? It's not like when people are reviewing your portfolio, they're also asking about like your lifestyle and your circumstances, right? At least not in any situation I've ever been. You know, like sometimes people have. Take it easy, dude. Take it easy. It's not like if you have like a really rough life and harder circumstance that the employer would be like, oh man, like you're really not that good at art, but because of your life story, you know, like this is like American Idol, dude. We're gonna give you this chance, you know. Even where I've had friends who've had very, very crazy lives, like they were literally homeless, you know, and then they got out of it. They still had to be like good, you know. Otherwise, they would just like the person that offered them that opportunity would have just kept on walking by, you know, which is unfortunate, but that's just the reality of it. So if your goal is to try to get good at art, you know, to become a good good concept artist and work in an industry, you need to have some sort of quality to your work. And if you have this fear of practicing, and you have this feeling of like this feeling of struggle when you are trying to get good, and it sucks, and or it's boring, or whatever the reasons, that's usually the defining factor between those who make it in the industry and those who don't. Usually, not always. There's a lot of other variables for sure, but you're not doing yourself any favors if you're not putting that extra work in. You know what I mean? And once you realize that, like, okay, I should just be practicing because I know better. Like, if you were to ask yourself right now, like, if you ask yourself, do I get better the more I practice, or do I get better by not practicing at all? Your answer to this is obvious. At least I would think so, right? So you got to practice. You got to put the time in. So then why are you letting something like being bad at art stopping you from practicing? That's kind of the point. The reason why you're not so good, or so you don't feel so confident with your work, is because you don't put that time in. And then whenever you put that time in, you feel disgruntled. So then you stop putting in the time. Do you see kind of how that vicious cycle works? So once you just kind of like remove yourself from your own personal bias about like how you feel about your painting, right, and how you feel about your study, and focus more on just actually doing it and executing, you'll see improvement in no time, and more importantly, your relationship with your artistic growth will evolve, right? You'll start realizing you won't be so precious, and you'll just start going. See, when I started in school, I wasn't really like an artist, and when I was surrounded by all these people who were really, really, really good, I was like starting from zero, and so I always had the perspective of like, I'm not that good, man, and I need to like just put this time in to even keep up with these guys. And I think that kind of carried over well after my career, well after my education at school, that then trickled down to my career, So I think it's really important to think of it this way. Otherwise, you'll just kind of you'll put yourself in an unnecessary position of like, woe is me, right? Which there might be some validation to that, but unfortunately, it's not like a thing where employers would hire people because they feel bad for them. Like, I mean, you could put yourself in this position, right? And I always like to do this with my students too. Is like think of yourself as a recruiter. Would you recruit somebody, who has a basic ability, versus somebody like would you recruit person A, who is down on their luck? They don't have a lot of like opportunities and privileges that maybe person B does, right? Person B was born under a wealthy family, has a lot of access to great schools and education. And so then person B has a portfolio that is that of God's. It's amazing. It's really well done. It's some of the best artwork you've ever seen in your life. Would you hire that person, or person A, like I said, who has down on their luck, doesn't have all these opportunities, and has a very, very subpar portfolio? It's pretty much what you've seen before. It's not that impressive. Would you hire person A based off of the stuff I just told you? And most people will be like, of course, I'll most likely hire person B because of the portfolio. All the other stuff doesn't really contribute as much to the conversation, even though it's really sad, right? Now, would you want to help person A to try to get there? Yeah, I'm in that camp, right? To help people who are just like not as fortunate, or people that have bad luck. I try to help out whenever and however I can, right? But it's just the reality of it. And let me just be clear. Like, if we were to change up the story, like if person A, again, same thing, down on the luck, bad luck all their life, they're not really working to the best of society, right? Society really kind of turned their back on them. But with all that, despite all that, they've found a way to really work hard and really kind of get ahead, kind of like a little Rocky Balboa situation, right? And their portfolio is that of God's. And this is person A, the person that's down on the luck. Where person B, who has all this access, who has all this privilege, born on their wealthy family, access to great schools, goes to these great schools, but just squanders it, just kind of like whatever, just goes through the notions, It's like whatever, my mom or dad is just going to pay for everything anyway. I don't really care, right? And they have a mediocre portfolio. You know what I mean? Who are you going to hire? Again, if you think about it, it's most likely person A because of the portfolio. And what's great about this situation, and the situation I think most people would like to prefer, is this is kind of like a underdog story now, right? It's like person A is like, regardless of all the adversity, they were able to overcome it, right? We don't make movies about like, look at this person who has down on their luck, who's really broke, and then they die, and roll the credits. You know, their parents got murdered, their brothers their brothers and sisters are all in jail, and they die from mono. You know, it's like, oh, what the hell, dude? Like it's not uplifting, but it happens all the time, right? It's really sucky, you know. But when we think about movies, we always think, oh yeah, underdog story. But trust me, man, there's a lot of people who are what I consider in the underdog category who are not having these opportunities because of all this bad luck. So I'm trying to make this very clear. You know, you're not doing yourself any favors on top of like having all this bad luck by not putting that extra time in. You know, you're actually just making it worse. Where someone who has more access to this type of stuff, they can probably take chances of like just dicking around for years and then getting their act together because they have that financial security or social security, right? Where maybe the other individual does not, and when they make that mistake, they're done for, right? So keep that in mind. And I will say this with pretty good confidence that most of you guys are not as bad as you might think you are. And I don't mean like you're not like broke or you don't have any like you have very low income. I'm not trying to get at that point. I'm saying that the fact that you have access to the stream, the fact that you're able to know what concept art is, there's a lot of variables that are lining up that show that you are amongst some of the most luckiest people on this planet when it comes to getting a career in concept art, more than you may actually realize, right? Because there are people, trust me, that have no idea that this is going on right now, like Lightbox, like concept art, the stream in general. You know, they're worrying about some other things that are less superficial, you know. So hope that gives you some solid advice. And I'm gonna go ahead and do some reviewing now. But before I do, I'm going to save this.
Sounds like me in college.
Yeah. You want to talk a little bit about that while I'm saving stuff?
About being aggro in college?
About being a dickhead.
Damn, dude. Why you gotta attack me like that?
Well, before you get into it, when I first met Kalen, I really didn't like him. Like I just didn't. And one of the reasons why was because, and Kalen will get into it right now. It's a great story. I love it when he tells people. It's because he was so negative, like all the time. Everything was just like, whatever, man. And I'm just like, dude, this guy just needs to shut up, dude. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, go for it. Go ahead and start. I'm gonna start off the story. Kayla was a dick, dude. A negative, pessimistic dick. Now he wasn't.
You still got those Michael from yesterday and blow up houses. You still got those?
Yeah, let me be clear. When I say a dick, I don't mean like you actually were a mean person. You were just so negative. That's what it was. Like you're a really good, nice person. You're just like the world was just like a shitty place to you. Like everything was god awful. Everyone
was cynical.
Yeah, very cynical.
Yeah, I was definitely. Yeah, I was cynical definitely in college because it's very easy, especially in social media. I'm not even sure how you guys do it to constantly. There's definitely like a mental toll that goes, at least that hit me like in college, when you're constantly seeing like your friends just do better than you like all the time and like everything. So then like every day you have to come to school and then like it's like AJ or Edgar or me. Like I was the worst person out of the group for sure. And I probably still am. But you just watch them all the time, just create better paintings, get better, like more attention from teachers, get more opportunities, like, getting invited to go to studios like back in the day. And it's very easy just to get in this like negative mindset of like, why the fuck is no one helping me? Like, why isn't anyone like care about me? And it's very easy just to be negative. And I used to kind of have that mindset. Um, and watching like other people just constantly feel like getting stuff when you feel like you're working hard too, but everyone else is just getting all the opportunities, getting all the internships, all that stuff. Or people getting all the likes now because now I have to deal with social media. Like this is a big thing. Like people are like, oh man, I did this drawing and this guy gets so many more likes than I do. Like what am I doing wrong? And it's very easy just to get down on yourself. And I don't know the answer to that. Like, but you definitely have to kind of look at it as a more positive thing and just literally just keep kind of just grinding it out and kind of focus on yourself. And then eventually, once I kind of just realized just to like not blame others and just kind of put it all on myself, I felt like I was able to take the control back and be like, okay, like I can control this and I can do my own thing. And after that, I became a lot more like a much more probably pleasant person as opposed to being like less cynical and being a dick. Or not being a dick, but just being like not a fun person to hang out with because I'm just like, oh, I'm not gonna get this job, or you know what I mean? It's just like, I did a talk on this. I actually do a talk about this with
Yeah,
AJ.
it's one of my favorite ones.
And I actually released it like for free, like on my channel. Actually, I'll put a link to it. It might possibly help.
I didn't allow it actually, so you should take it down right away. cease and desist.
There's a funny drawing of AJ in that video.
Cease and desist.
Do you want to go to war?
Oh yeah, I didn't check the chat. Did people type in Kalen is a liar? Hold on, let me go back in time. Let's see.
Probably. Yeah, I'll post it with Michael. You wanna go?
All right, let's see.
It's along the lines that you were talking like you didn't prefer like the process idea. I forget the exact.
I don't see. I don't think I see it. I don't think people wrote it.
I guess the chat was nice today.
All right, cool.
But anyways, I posted it to Michael, and maybe that might help you because definitely for artists now, there's a lot of like insecurities that go through with social media. It's definitely hard to get around. I don't know the answer. Like I don't know how people deal with it now.
Yeah,
especially when they're young, getting a bunch of fame like right away. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, but I feel like we had those examples in because for myself, I was never really part of a big artist community outside of like a handful of people that I knew online. Then we all had an event together, and like nobody really got famous out of that group. But we would definitely see like certain artists. Like there was one guy, at least on the CA forums, called Lungbug,
Yeah,
who was just like amazing. And
yeah,
just
but I think the forums though are still different. Like compared to like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, where it's just like you could like before like arts before conceptart.org. That's the only place you went to is that in DeviantArt.
yeah,
So that
that's
means, like, at the end of the day, you could log off, and then you're done. You know,
Yeah.
You log on to Facebook. What is it? Art. You log on to your Instagram. What is it? Art. You log on to your Twitter. What is it? Art. Your TikTok. Art. Like everything is just art. So it's just constantly just like art in your freaking face, and it's art, and then it's also derived by like likes too. So like you're getting art that's sent to you because of how popular it is, and you're just like, damn, this is getting like 10,000, 15,000.
I was gonna say true, but then I was like, this is something that I don't know if it's like it's unique for me. I don't follow that many, like I don't have that many like actual artists that I follow on many platforms. Like probably Instagram is the one, but I don't browse Instagram regularly. And then like I just got onto Twitter like a few months ago. So I've just been like, oh, there's an art community here. You know, like I feel like I just had like a weird relationship. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've just had like a weird relationship with art, social media.
Oh man.
Because for me, that I would get that feeling on ArtStation. That's definitely the place where I would be like, oh my god, what the like? Why are there so many amazing artists like everywhere? What's going on?
Yeah.
Who are these people?
I mean, yeah, that's that too. So then when you go and like post your work up, like back in the day, like, you know, I posted it on DeviantArt and then like, okay, I got a few likes and I'm like, sweet, I got a comment, I got a note, like hell yeah.
Hell
But then, like, but even then it was like just compared to now, like you go on ArtStation, you're like, holy shit, dude. You're like, where's
That's
this guy
true,
from?
There's so many
He's like
great
16
people.
years old, and you're like, what? And you're like,
Yeah.
like, freaking get the hell out of here, dude.
Yeah, there's
But-
so many.
Yeah, now it's just like, yeah, like you see that front, like you saw what happened. Like freaking Frank Zhang posted like art from like The Last of Us, and they're like, can you not post your art so like we can get some likes in the trending section? What? People are like, dude, like you're taking up all like the.
You're
all,
taking all the likes.
You're
Come
taking all
on,
the-
bro.
It's like
Yeah,
it's not like he hasn't posted for years, and then they had their chance, man. Like he's like
Yeah,
gave him a
like,
2-year head
You
start.
knew the game was coming out. Like, like you knew that was gonna happen. You did it last year.
Wait,
So, yeah,
people who
it's a-
work on these IPs actually make art that they're gonna show. Yes, man. Get ready, dude.
Yeah, so it's just like I feel like all that stuff. It's like it's definitely people are just getting better faster, and there's just more people than there was back in the concept art days.
Oh yeah,
back in
yeah,
the
for sure.
concept art days, like there wasn't as many people. Now there's like, you know what I mean? Like we used to like AJ
There were like
remember
5 people.
with the CTN, like the very first CTN. Remember that?
I remember that too.
Like CTN used to just be
Bare
like
minimum.
one hall, and it was like 30 artists. It would just show up, and you're like, dude, that's kind of cool. Now it's like 5 like buildings, like it's like ridiculous.
Well,
Same thing with Comic-Con. Like Comic-Con used to be like chill, and then now it's just like freaking cattle, like just like it's herding cattle around.
massive. Yeah. So I got people's portfolios. I'm gonna start reviewing them now. You guys are still able to see my screen, right? That I shared, or in Discord specifically.
Yep.
Okay, and then for those of you, Mike, can you investigate those of you who posted paintings, specifically the ones you see on screen right now? Message Brainchild TV. He's one of the moderators in here, and just say, hey, one of my paintings is being shown like right now, and then we'll bring you guys in one or maybe a few at a time into our private channel, voice channel, so you can talk if you'd like to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Just message. Oh, my dog passed out. Sweet. I just heard him like snoring. While you're doing that, though, I'm just gonna briefly talk about these portfolios. So, and if you posted your portfolio now and I didn't get a chance to take a look at it, I'm sorry. Maybe next time. So, I'm going to kind of talk about what I think is. I'm going to say something different because I already kind of had some feedback that I talked about yesterday. So I don't want to kind of say the same things again. I might accidentally do it, but I'm going to try not to. So one of the things that I will say that is pretty consistent with a lot of the portfolios I see is that there's not enough of like quality images. Now I mentioned this in the prior feedback that I mentioned. It looks like a Lorenzo. I think I already saw your stuff, Lorenzo. He was like, take a look again. But there are some examples in here of people who have submitted work that I think is at a higher quality, right? So maybe the problem that you're running into, so for instance, specifically Benjamin, is that we were talking a little bit about this in the earlier parts of the stream. You might just need to share your work more and more often. There's definitely a place for the kind of style and artwork that you do. If you haven't already done professional work, there's already places there. Now, obviously, events and stuff are kind of semi-canceled because of COVID-19 and all that stuff and travel restrictions. But more importantly, just having large groups of people be all in one room, it's not a thing. You could still do it. You could still share your work, put your work online in different places. Now, the guys were mentioning different places like Twitter and Instagram. I actually recommend that if you have sketches or some rough drawings or some semi-finished paintings and drawings, you should post them on places like that, like social networks where the feed will just kind of go past and people will forget about your old work. But then you should have maybe a link to your actual portfolio so that when people want to see more of your work, they can find some of your more finished works. And if you do finished works, you can still obviously post them on your social networks as well. Just post everything and all things as much as humanly possible, you know? Oh, dude, I love this illustration. What is this for? Update. Oh, this is for Unreal Bjornament 2. Look at this illustration. It's pretty funny. It's like this kid's like playing with his toys, and the shadow is like more like realistic. That's super cool.
That's a really cool idea.
That's clever. I like that a lot. But ultimately, yeah, just share constantly, right? Otherwise, people aren't going to be able to find your artwork. Lorenzo, I feel the same is true for you, bud. Like, you have some pretty good quality work. And there was a couple of people in here I felt. Thomas, I feel the same way about yours. Emmanuel, I feel the same way about yours. Well, it looks like you already have done some stuff. Looks like you work on Smite. Isn't that... You said you work at Hi-Rez, right? Isn't it the same guys who make that game?
Yeah.
Tabiso? Tabiso's, I don't know, dude.
Wait, what? Yeah. What?
you work at Hi-Rez, correct?
Oh, no. I'm at High Voltage.
High Voltage.
High Voltage software.
Got it.
But yeah.
Get it right, AJ.
Got the wrong high studio.
Yeah, but I'm in a Discord with all the high res guys.
Mike,
No, it's too late.
Mark Ross is at.
Is it because of the same name? Like,
No, it started while I was in Germany. They just started one randomly. It's actually Davey running it.
Did they invite
Dude,
you on
I
that?
love this.
Yeah.
I love this piece, man. That's super good. It is super good. Yeah, you got quality. You just need to share more of your work. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at, you have a good abundance of good works. You just need more of it, and then you just need to share more often. Emmanuel, if you have an Instagram, maybe share it in the Discord and get people to start following you. And then there's Dies X. Now, there's some cool stuff in here. I like this one. Now, there's some stuff about your portfolio where I would say the thing that you might need to kind of take a step back and ask yourself a few questions is, like, where is it that you would like to kind of work and kind of see yourself working as? If that's an illustrator or concept artist, so be it. But the kind of stuff that you're showcasing in your portfolio are incredibly niche, okay? And I should know this because I also have very incredibly niche artwork. But what usually makes people find my work is the quality of it is pretty high. And even though it's niche, there's like an audience for just quality artwork, regardless of the niche of it. And when you're doing something that's a little bit niche, if you increase the quality of your artwork, you will see more people finding your work appealing and something that they would want to kind of get to know more about. So if you go to like my likes on on ArtStation, and then if you go to my collections, and then let's go to, I think, Style for Days. I think I have some good examples of incredibly niche artwork that has a high popularity to it. Let me see if I can find one that I know. I have one in mind, but I'm not sure if I put it in here or somewhere else. I don't think it's in here, but I don't want to look for it either. So I'm just going to pick another image that I consider pretty niche. Like, this is pretty niche, this image right here. Like, it's very like Baroque, kind of graphic. But, it does really well. It's very popular. And then the artist Necro, like, this is pretty much what they do, is this kind of niche-esque artwork. But it's at a very high quality, so this person's, ends up having quite a bit of followers. But more importantly, they post quite often, too. There's a lot of artwork of this brand that you just see. So there's nothing, I'm not even discouraging this niche stuff. I'm just saying, start increasing the quality of it, and also start posting more consistently. And one other piece of advice, and I'm going to move on, is to just, like, if you don't feel this way, if you feel like you want to just kind of work in a studio environment, think of a studio that you would like to work for and build portfolio pieces that studio would like to get. And the more you kind of think that way, the better your artwork will do. So, for instance, I'm trying to build out my audience. And when I first built my audience, I started doing fan art. But I make fan art that I liked. It's nothing like the to the detriment of what you would see in other people's, fan arts, like where they just do stuff for the sake of clout. I've done lots of fan art that I've just generally liked to do, and that itself did very, very well, And so, for instance, like I'm looking at my TikTok, I'm seeing that there is a clear love for mashups, and that's what I like too. So I already have an idea of putting together a mashup of two kind of popular characters, and then the strategy there is to talk about the educational value of why it's good to mash the characters together. So that's still true to who I am as an educator, but also I'm going to pick two characters of franchises that I like and mash them together and then talk about why that's cool. But I understand that that's going to help build a bigger audience for me and the kind of audience that I want. I don't want to just do it just for the sake of doing it. I want to do it for, how can I reach people that like what I like and want to learn from me, as well as, make some fun artwork. But you don't have to do that, And then George, I think the only issue that I have with your portfolio is that it's not much of a portfolio. I mentioned this in the last stream. You should go back and watch what I said there too. But when you have an image that, where you have just a really good painting, I mean, unless you're trying to get a art gallery, right? Like a portfolio within the art galleries, which you totally can because this seems to be all traditional. Your portfolio in terms of entertainment, none of this stuff really is applicable or really isn't something that I can see get a lot of attention. Now, let's say you want to stick to the traditional worlds. There's artists like Miles Johnson who has a traditional portfolio, but it's all, and he sells his own artwork, but it's all really abstract, super interesting kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Miles Johnston ArtStation. Or I don't know if I want to go to his ArtStation Instagram. Let's do that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so take a look at this person. And I'll share this in the Discord general chat and the YouTube chat. Let's go to YouTube. Now, these aren't the same portfolios. Some of these are brand new. But here's a great example of somebody who does a lot of traditional type style, but has a pretty clear and unique aesthetic. And even still, this person, Miles, has posted nearly 1,162 posts on his Instagram. And as you scroll through it, it's not pictures of his food. You know what I mean? It's paintings or drawings constantly, And every once in a while, maybe there's a picture of his food. I don't think there is a single picture of what he had for breakfast. Okay. And he's smart. He shows his processes too. So many of these could be just building up to a final image, which is also really great content. And so, I think this portfolio review versus what I was talking about yesterday is also focused on, hey, you could pick a thing that you like and just sell to that audience. You know what I mean? You don't have to create a portfolio for entertainment. You know what I mean? You can build a portfolio for yourself. You just got to understand that too still is hard to build an audience, to build and talk, build an audience to work with and help you build your own reputation and your own ability to monetize. Because people will buy stuff from you if they really enjoy what you have to provide. Anyway, I'm going to move to the paint overs. Oh, and Megan Clark, I think the same is true for yours as well. I think this is generally what I'm seeing from everyone's portfolios. All right, cool. Yeah, Thomas, I think you're capable of doing some good work. Ahmed, yeah, I think you're on the right track, just more quality. Lorenzo, get out of here. I already told you you're pretty good. Just got to put your work out there, which I guess you're doing by sharing it again. Just doing what I told him. Benjamin, I really like your stuff. I think it's the same thing. And Necro is the portfolio I showed everybody. And then Tim Tran, what's up, Tim? This is great, but you're just starting your Instagram journey, so just keep going. Same with this stuff. Like I said, this is general advice. I don't want to spend too much time and just feedback for everybody. Josh White, oh yeah, look at that, posting a lot, and those followers are starting to build up. Now I will say that again, you're creating artwork that is of a niche brand, but if you start to increase the quality of this imagery, and maybe even still push the like the coolness of this, it looks like there's a lot of just like images of other stuff from the beginning up. See pictures of your food. You might have done these. I'm not sure if you actually designed this stuff, but that's cool. Don't worry. When I first started my Instagram too, it was like pictures of just stuff, and I realized I shouldn't be doing that. And then yeah, same stuff here. I think with this is a very clear portfolio towards like more animation style. I would say just more of that and more finished looking imagery. Like even though this is more like quote unquote stylized, I'm sure you are aware of like quality images from people who draw similar to this. Like even if you look at Rick and Morty, which is kind of crude drawings in my opinion, they still have a hint of quality to them. But anyway, yeah, let's get into it. Oh yeah, I just wanted to comment on a couple of these. Brittany, I know this person is one of my students. You're really getting better. You've improved quite a bit, homie. So keep at it. And it's funny because I have a Doberman, so this picture of the Doberman just hit different. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's go ahead and do some of these paint-overs and then get some people in here. Did you get a hold of some people's?
Yeah, we got 3 that messaged me.
All right, let's just bring all 3 of them in at the same time then.
Okay, I only see 2 in the voice chat. That messaged me. So let me go check real quick.
Okay. And then while you're doing that, I'm going to talk about this stuff. I'm going to go one piece at a time. So this piece right here, I think it's a little too dark. So you want to try to increase the contrast of this image a bit more so that it actually... you know what? Let me do this before I commit. You want to really like increase the contrast of this image. So that way it really kind of pops a bit more. And then I think too, I'm going to change the colors to be a little bit more desaturated because now that I did that, it oversaturated it. And then I'm going to come in here and brighten it up again. And basically manually brighten and darken. Oh, you know, I just realized too, like Kaylin, Tabiso, did you guys have any thoughts about portfolios personally? Your personal feelings about that kind of stuff as I'm doing these paintings?
What was
No, just in general.
about like what to put in it, or just like advice in general?
Yeah, just in general. Could be both.
I always like the food analogy, like your portfolio is kind of like a food menu, and you kind of want it to be like cohesive in a way that like makes sense for what you want to do. So like you'd want to, if you're like, example, let's say you're into Chinese food or something like that, you're not going to want to put like burgers in there or something like that. Like you want to make a portfolio or a menu that's going to be enticing to your employers. So if you are trying to go for a certain employer and your employer likes like Mexican food, you're not going to put chow mein in there because they're going to be like, what the hell? So just trying to figure out like how you want your portfolio to be perceived and just like the overall kind of flavor you want your portfolio to have, I think is like kind of important. But like you said yesterday, just because you make a portfolio for an employer doesn't mean like you're going to get that job. But normally, chances are, even if you don't get that job, I would even argue that you'll probably find a company that does a little bit of the same work, and then you'll get hired by them. And so you'll see that a lot with people that do like Blizzard stuff a lot. They don't get hired by Blizzard, but then they get picked up by Riot. because it's kind of like in the same kind of realm of like style. Or someone does something for their company and like it doesn't work out, but there's like another like maybe AA company that's like, oh, like, well, we're doing that style and we could totally use you. So but I think also cooking what you like, you know, doing art that you like. So if you're really into like Filipino food, then you should totally cook that shit up in your portfolio
Hell
and
yeah.
make a lot of that because they're gonna see the passion in it, as opposed to like drawing stuff you think people want to see. Because the worst thing in the world, I think, is like when you do something that you don't like, then you get good at
They
it.
get hired for it.
You get hired for it, and then you get stuck doing it, and then you just keep naturally getting good at it, and then you just keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and you're like, shit, like now this is all I'm gonna get hired for. And they're like, dude, this guy's amazing. And then like people are talking about it, like, he's the best UI artist ever. And inside you're like,
Yeah, especially because now when people are looking at, oh, well, what's the professional work you've done? It's that thing that you got hired for that you actually don't like.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're like, kill me.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'd say like you should definitely try to do like what you're into. So like if you're into like drawing like I don't know like furry animals, like just be the best furry animal person you can be, because chances are there's a niche for that, which I'm discovering on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I'm starting to think that it's not a niche, man. I'm
Yeah,
starting to think.
dude. There's this guy that I follow that like does these nice drawings named like Miles, and I was like, these are nice drawings. But they started getting like these weird kind of like sexual furry things, and I'm like, whoa. But I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of likes, and holy shit, charges a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they
Oh,
made
yeah.
a Disney movie. It's called Zootopia, dude. Like,
Yeah.
and
Sure.
it's not a niche, dude. I think animal. What is it called? Like the anamorphous, or where it's like
I don't know.
Anthropomorphic.
afro,
There you go.
afropomorphic,
Anthropomorphic.
afropomorphic.
Regardless, whatever you're into, dude, just do it and own it
Yeah.
and love it. And chances are, I guarantee you'll find someone that's like, well, you'll find someone that's like on that same path as you, and they're gonna want to like work with you because they know that you're gonna get the best. Because like no one wants to hire someone that like isn't passionate about it. Like who like if you ask yourself the question, would you want to hire a character artist who doesn't like doing characters? Like even if they are like at it,
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
nah, it'd be like I don't want to hire this guy. He doesn't even like doing it. Like you're gonna want to hire someone that's like really into like
Well, it all depends, though. Because if they're like really good and they still
yeah,
deliver,
they're really good.
and they still deliver even though they hate it, it's kind of like
Then you
well,
might be like, all right, well, okay.
Yeah.
it's like that's
Normally,
your
you're gonna
fault,
want
dude.
to hire someone that's maybe just as good, but is really
Yeah.
into it because you know they're gonna put in like the extra effort. Like I got hired to do like clouds like recently to do like these paintings that were like heavy clouds, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to do some paintings of some clouds?" And I was like, "Do I?" My whole fucking life for this shit,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
I did it.
This
And
is
they're
all
like,
I've been training for.
yeah, I've been training for this moment my whole life. And of course, like they're like, dude, these are amazing. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I love to do that stuff. So yeah, people might think like, why the hell would you have all these like crazy cloud paintings? I'm like, oh, that's all you're doing.
Yeah, I think probably to add on to that too is like you when you're doing your portfolio, you think about the kind of job you're going for, and then think about the actual work that you would be doing in that job. Because I know like a lot of people who want to do concept work, but then their portfolio doesn't really have anything you would see. It's like anything that actually looks like concept work, you know, where they're doing like turnarounds and orthos or just sketches and things like that. So I think it's key to kind of have that in mind, because if you might be able to make like cool paintings, but since the job generally isn't just about, you know, cool paintings, it's about designing stuff and having cool ideas, your portfolio should have
To add to that, I would say know the pipeline. If you can know the pipeline of whatever it is that you're doing, you'll be able to figure out like what art you should be creating to demonstrate how your work can fit in the pipeline and how it can affect the team in a positive manner.
Yeah, and it just gives people a lot more confidence when they're doing when you're sort of looking at a bunch of different artists and you have to pick like
We got echo. Whoever is just joining in, mute the stream chat, please.
It's probably Exodus. I'm trying to help him set
Okay.
his stuff up.
Yeah, that's all good. Just
There you
to,
go.
Down a little more, Exodus.
You can
All right.
just mute.
Is that good?
Oh yeah, there you go. All right,
Okay,
finish
sweet.
what you were saying, though. Sorry, Tabisa.
Yeah. What was I saying? I'm saying, yeah, when you're looking, when sort of like when you're on a team and you're,
That's
More echo. Just mute yourself for now.
yeah, just mute and then when you need to talk, unmute.
just mute him. Yeah. So when you're in the room, because obviously when you're on a team and they're looking to hire new artists, they bring in other artists to get their opinion on portfolios and stuff like that. It is always a point in your favor if you have stuff that looks like you know the process, like you actually have made concept art, because it sucks when you find somebody who's really good, but then you're like, oh, but like, yeah, the way we work is kind of unique, or like, I don't know if they're going to be able to work within the process that we have, and like back and forth and that sort of stuff. So it's good to have.
Yeah. You got to put them on an island of like, there's like, you got to put them like there's any worries they may have about your ability to perform. You have to kind of somehow like put that to ease. That like there's no doubt in your mind that you're going to perform, and your portfolio should reflect that. Like when I got hired for Clouds, I'm pretty sure there was no doubt in their mind that they were like, I don't know if this guy's going to make good Clouds, man. They were like, nah, like he's going to kill it. Like we're good.
Yeah, when I usually get hired, it's like monsters. It's funny. So I worked on Love, Death, and Robots, and it was like the monster design on the episode Beyond the, I forget the Aquila Rift. Aquila Rift. It's the one where
With the farmers, or
no spoiler alert. It's the one where they're like lost in.
We're in trouble.
No, it's the one where they're lost in space.
oh yeah.
And it finds out that
The
they were like
Event Horizon
being,
one.
yeah, they're like being like, you know, succubus a little bit. Like there's like some sort of parasite that's like feeding off of them, but they don't know until the end that that's happening. You know, it's all an illusion. And then when the illusion is revealed, there's a creature design that shows, and it's really gross. That's what I designed, right? But then if you look at my portfolio, it's not like how did AJ come up with that? Like, it's like no, that's another
exactly in your wheel.
yeah, that's like exactly what I've done.
I didn't even know you were working on it, but as soon as I saw that episode, I saw the monster. I was like, that looks like AJ's monster.
Because it was.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing there. I was like, this is some shit that AJ would draw, and then sure enough, I'm like, that totally makes sense.
So check it out. I got approached by another small studio who's working on a Love, Death, and Robots episode again for the next season, and it was another creature design, and it was also pretty gross. And so if I think they may have changed it though. I think it might have been too gross. But so if it ends up being the design that I worked on, I'll be sure to let people know. But if they've decided to kind of divorce from that because they realized it was too disgusting.
Yeah, but that goes to your point. Like if I were to hire you to do like a creature or a robot, I wouldn't be like up at night like, man, I wonder if he's gonna like do this right. I'd be like, yeah I'm pretty sure like,
yeah, absolutely,
100% like he's gonna do it. Like you want to put the person's like, you know, mind at ease that like they made the right hire. They shouldn't be like, is this the right hire? They're like, nah, he's gonna draw the hell out of this robot, and I can't wait to see it when he turns it in like the next.
Yeah, and so you guys should build portfolios, especially towards what your interests are, and there are going to be people that have the same interests. But anyway, all right, let's take some comments now, live conversations. So who should we talk to first? Actually, I'm not sure who's in here, Mike. So I'll let you kind of decide.
We have Exodus, Ivory Black, Matt, and then the Planet.
Okay, let's do this actually instead. Who is one of the people who has the skull illustration in here? If so,
it's me.
Oh, okay, there you go. So let's talk about it since I painted over it. Yeah. So I talked briefly about what's going on here, which is that I feel like it's a little too dark, right? And as you can see, as I made those adjustments, it becomes real obvious, like that it was very dark. Okay.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why this might happen is it's a bit of like painting insecurity. Okay, where when you're painting, you're afraid that you don't want to like make too much contrast, because in the past perhaps you may have really made a painting so contrasted it's pretty hard to like manage. which I'm actually going to talk
Yeah.
about with another person's painting right now, right? That's actually making that mistake. But then you went too far the other direction where everything's so safe, you know, that now it's like too subtle. And don't worry, I've
Yep.
made this mistake plenty of times. And the way that I usually correct is either using levels and overlay with black and white overlays to kind of bring back my painting. And then the more you do this, the more you correct your artwork, the more you'll have like a subconscious understanding of how much you can push in terms of your contrast, you know? But hopefully you
Yeah,
can
I'm
see. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just starting out with painting, and I have a lot of insecurity, and
Sure.
it's just very scary.
Yeah, and this specific thing, whenever I see people going really nuanced with their values, right, and their colors, like they're keeping like I'm only gonna move 5% in this direction. It's like
Yeah.
you've like made like a rope around your waist that only goes like 5 feet, right? Where you might have to go 100 feet out, you know. And but like I said, the best way to do it is just don't worry too much about it, right? Just paint the way that you've been painting, right? But try to push the contrast just a little bit more, like feel like you're doing it, and then do this what I did, like actually correct it, like go hardcore, like make a new layer, use overlay, and go paint in white and black where you want it to be darker, what you want it to be lighter, right? If you see, this is the layer that I did that with. You see that?
Yep.
And then just see for yourself, right? There's like opacity and fill, so you can turn it down, turn it up, and be like, oh, it looks way better at this percentage, and then just see how much of a difference that is, and be like, oh man, I really need to kind of go a little bit more hardcore, you know? And
Yeah.
like I said, the more you do that, the less you feel insecure about like the way you're going about your painting. But the illustration itself is cool. I think you handled it pretty well. It's a really cool painting, you know?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's just don't be so, you know, frightened, because you're doing this stuff in digital tools. Like, how did you paint this, by the way?
It's all in one layer because I don't know. I just can't use layers. Like I can.
Let me
use
ask
them,
you. Let me interrupt you. Did you use like Procreate, Photoshop?
Oh, it's Photoshop.
Okay, so that's good. So if you're using Procreate, you can do the same thing, but Photoshop's even better because Photoshop is built for this type of stuff, like literally manipulating images, you know? And so you should take advantage of that, right? As a tool to teach yourself how to have better paintings, okay? Like when you're adjusting your values and stuff, it's like checking the answers in the back of the book type of thing. You know, like you gave it your best, you put down the answers that you thought were right, okay? And then you show yourself that you were wrong. And it's way powerful when you do that, you know? So you don't have to always wait
Yeah.
for somebody like myself to paint over your stuff to show you, right? And then you're like, oh my gosh, it's like, that's so obviously better, you know? You can do it for yourself because I've done it for years. When I was at Sony, I did a lot because it was like my first real big studio job. And when I was working there, I felt like a fraud like the whole time. I was like, I don't think they were on. I think they're gonna get onto me when I start showing them concepts that are garbage. But after like a few months, I realized no, that they hired me because they think I'm capable. You know, like I was confident. I felt that I was able to do the job, but I just was like real nervous. You know.
It's just I have a lot of insecurity because of the general life situation. I'm not that young, and I'm trying to
Yeah.
do art full time, but I do have a full time job, and it's
Got it.
unrelated to art. And yeah, it's like it's complicated.
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. That idea of age is only mostly on yourself, meaning that most jobs that are offered, they don't ask you your age. You know what I mean? They're not like,
No, never.
yeah, they're not going to be like, man, we really love this person's portfolio. It's like, wait, how old are they? They're in their 30s? Oh, never mind.
What? Get out of here.
And then they print out your digital portfolio and they set it on fire during a gender reveal party.
They're like 1980. What?
Wait, man, this is amazing. 1970. What? Old? Yeah. Or even the other direction. They don't like, oh, you're still in high school? Oh, well, you can't work in the industry. You're too young. I think it's more legality at that point, right? Versus actual ability. Because I know people who are like, as soon as they're out of high school, they were working, right away, you know? So the age
Yeah.
thing is like really just your own, you know, projection of what you think is possible.
Sure. This because there's a lot of fear that I won't make it, you know, and the fact that you're critiquing me, it's really giving me a lot of confidence because
Oh,
you're
awesome.
one of my favorite artists of all time.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get your stuff critiqued. Yeah, and
Thanks.
everything I said earlier still applies. You know, like having your portfolio catered to somewhere where you would actually want to work. And I'm gonna give you this piece of advice that everyone else probably has heard before. I'm gonna say again. You may have heard already too, since you say you follow my work. Is really the difference between those who make it in our industry and those who don't. Generally speaking, are those who really kind of put themselves out there and are diligent and consistent, right? So if you are doing these two things, which is improving the quality of your work, right, and you are showcasing it, like putting on websites and ArtStation, Twitter, whatever, and you're building a reputation for your artwork some way or somehow, going to events once we open the world up again, right? If you're doing these things consistently, because these are the only things you really can control, right? Then you're going to open up the doors for those opportunities, right? Regardless of all the circumstances that you have surrounding yourself. Like I said earlier, remember I was saying you're not doing yourself any favors, right? By just, you know, keeping to yourself and living within your insecurities. It's like a dangerous place to be, you know? And I will say that like the challenges that you may think exist, many of them are really not as wide open as you may suspect. Okay, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you know, I had a student where we were doing a talk in Spain, and you know they brought up a topic about like you know women in the film and game industry. Right, and why it was an incredible challenge, and why there was like a huge, like there's a huge difference, right? It's like a huge margin of difference there, and you know I was telling them, I was like, you look at like, it's not necessarily like me and some other recruiters are in a room and we see a portfolio from a female artist per se, and we're just like, get this out of here. You know?
I know.
It actually
Of
never happens, because what ends up happening instead is we just don't get that many female portfolios. It's just that's what ends up happening. And I said this during this panel, right? And I said, you know, a lot of you guys just need to just show your work. Just talk to people like myself. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely some bad actors, okay, that have very, you know, backwards and old timely thinking. But in my experience, most of the industry that I know and love really doesn't, that specific kind of stuff doesn't exist as much as people think it does. In fact, some of my favorite artists are female artists, right? And one I worked with was LD Austin. I worked with her over at Blizzard, and she was freaking awesome. One of the people in the panel with me, Jana Schwimmer, she's one of my favorite artists and favorite people. She's really sweet, you know? And then I think one of the most recognized artists that's also part of the Lightbox chairman, like the chair people, is Carla Ortiz, and she's also like a badass.
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah.
so cool.
And both Carla and Jana are working at Marvel, you know? So these are not like lightweight jobs. Like I don't think I can even work at Marvel, you know? I would love to, if you're listening, Marvel. Give me a chance, man. But you see my point, you know? And I did this talk, and there was this young female artist. She really loved it, and she went and talked to my wife. She's like, you know, I love what your husband said. He said all these great things about, like, you know, going out there and talking. It really meant a lot to me, you know? Can you go tell him that, like, I really appreciate, like, those words? And my wife was like, why don't you just tell him yourself? Like, you're actually proving his point that that you're not putting it, you're not actually.
It's scary to approach someone like you. I
That's-
didn't want.
That's
to
exactly
close
right.
Because I was so scared.
That's exactly right. But now that we're doing it, it's not so scary, right? And so
No.
so that's what happened with this female artist. The same thing, right? And for whatever reason, this just happened, right? And so she was just like, she kind of put her hand to her face, is like, oh my gosh, you're right, you know? And so she did. She went up to me, and I'm sure she was very nervous and very scared. And it was a very pleasant experience with her, and she was really happy to talk to me about it. And she even admitted, she's like, "I went to your wife first. It's so silly. You just told us to stop doing that." And I was like, "Yeah." And then months later, she pursued that attitude, that perspective, and she ended up getting a job. And because I remember even looking at her portfolio, I was like, honestly, your portfolio is really good. So it really must be this timid behavior, right? And I said, it doesn't mean you have to change your whole personality. It just means like this is part of your job, is to try to put your artwork out there so people can find you, And she did, and she's doing really well now. I'm very proud of that kind of moment. And I'm only telling you because I want to make sure that you understand that I understand that there's these challenges. Okay. Okay. Wait, I hear someone's echo. Who is that? Oh, someone muted already.
Exodus is having trouble.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
So hopefully you understand, and hopefully that feedback gives you some optimism and some confidence. I think you're fine. I think in terms of proving your work, hopefully this gives you a better sense of what you should do. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Thank you for taking the time, and you have no idea how important that is to me. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers. All right, so let's move on. Who did this painting over here of this kind of like blue elf looking character? Are you in here? If not, we'll move on.
Oh, hold on. Who are you asking?
Just in general, like, do you see this painting that I'm turning off and on?
Yeah, I'm trying. Something's going on with Exodus. I'm pulling him in, and then he like leaves automatically.
He's like, I changed my mind, dude.
Don't press anything, Exodus. You're here.
Hello?
Is this your painting? The spiky hair blue dude?
Exodus?
Oh no! Hello.
Hello.
I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Wait, whose work is this? Am I speaking
Oh,
with
that's
this
not
person?
mine.
Oh, okay. Which one is yours?
Mine's the one on the left side.
Oh,
The little one,
this little soldier
the little
character?
soldier.
Oh, okay. I'll get to that one then in a bit. Why don't you stay muted for a
Alright.
second? What about some
Yeah,
of
I'll
the
stay.
other images? At least these three, because I've already worked on those.
Okay, we got Matt and then the planet.
Yeah. I just need one person to say, I have a painting that's in front of you.
I have the bottom middle and the bottom right.
Oh, both of these two? Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. Hold on. I'm going to do a thing. Alright. Okay, cool. So, this bottom middle one, the one that I painted over here, you see this thing, right? So, let's talk about it. So one of the things that I think that you need to improve upon is your values. Everything is pretty similar in value. So when we take it just to black and white, you'll see that. So there's really no separation, within the image. Yeah. And so once you kind of make those changes to kind of increase the change of what's in the background, what's in the foreground, right? And then you take this and watch what happens when you. I hear music in the background. Someone's listening to Avengers, dude. Dang, 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 dang. All right. So when we put the colors back on, you'll notice that it actually doesn't look half bad, right? And maybe the character in the foreground is a little too dark, but the point I'm trying to make here is that you don't have clear separation in your composition, okay? Specifically this middle one, okay? And then this bottom one, actually, I think you do a much better job. All right? And I think the problem that this one suffers from is the same problem that this one suffers from, as well as the one on the top, which I'll talk about now, which is just general perspective. Okay? And so this is going to be more of like a lecture than a critique here. So just kind of bear with me. So whenever people are drawing things in perspective, they don't want to do like a perspective grid, right? Because math, like, fuck math, right? But you gotta have some understanding of what perspective means, though, right? If you're not gonna at least use it, you know, like the perspective grid. And perspective, there's a couple things that you can keep in mind that will be really helpful. All right. One is that things get small quick. All right. Quicker than you could ever imagine. So if you draw something like, let's say you draw something like this kind of shape right here. It's like some sort of lantern. And you got like some sort of person here. Okay. Right. And they're in the foreground. And what ends up happening is people will draw something that's a little bit further in the distance, but they'll keep kind of the same size of stuff, right? You see that?
Yeah.
But that doesn't feel right? It feels kind of flat. It feels like they're actually probably a couple feet away from this person, and they're just up on the stool. But then you're like trying to say no, they're like 100 meters away, you know, with like texture. Yeah. But it doesn't actually help. In fact, here's a even better way of thinking about what I'm talking about. So when we have like a shape like this, they can go one way or another in terms of whether it's a cylinder that's going in this direction, right? When I draw lines this way, right? Versus a cylinder that's going this way when I draw lines this way. You see how I just changed the direction by basically changing the contour lines? Yeah?
Yeah.
It's like what I see with people that don't do a good job with perspective, it's like they do this. You know? And they have like curves and angles that don't really tell us anything about anything. You know?
Yeah.
We're more confused than we are like understanding what the hell we're looking at. So here's a really good strategy without having to draw a perspective grid. If you want to draw something that is, let's say you have a horizon line over here, okay? Right, because for whatever reason you want like mountains and stuff right over there, okay? So when you're drawing something to the halfway point between like the horizon line and the ground plane of this specific object, right? We're at the halfway point here. Then just draw everything at half the size. You know, it's just kind of like a good kind of rule of thumb. Like kind of just draw it like half of this character, you know, at the half of the height. Like just make everything that much smaller. You see what I did there? And if you do it again, like if you cut this in half again, just kind of keep thinking that same way. You know? And you'll see like this feels kind of good. This feels like things are receding in distance pretty accurately, even though I'm just kind of making it up, you know? Because I'm like, even though this distance doesn't feel that long, right? In the actual like drawing of it, you know? It doesn't feel like, that doesn't feel far, but it should be. It should be like almost like a half a block away almost, you know? And if something's half a block away, it's going to be much smaller when we look at it, you know? But there's a couple things that are wrong with this picture still. So there's another thing that you should consider, okay? So another thing is considering eye line, okay? So the perspective from the viewer, whether it's a camera or the actual person, the horizon line is most likely going to be where the eye line is at, okay? So imagine that if I'm a person standing here, that's like where my eyes are at, okay? Which means that anyone that's my same height, their head will also be there. Okay? So if I'm like saying I'm like an average height of like 5'9", 5'7", 5'10", whatever, and I'm the camera person and that's how tall I am, and this person is also 5'9", right? It should look like that, based off of the horizon line. You see that?
I see.
So far so good? So if like you're Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, you're gonna probably be like this tall. Okay? Because I'm saying from here to here, that's roughly like 5'6" or something, you know? Because I'm discounting the top of the head, you know? And so then when we draw stuff in the distance, now watch, we're going to just draw something like, remember we're going to think about drawing it half the size, and we're going to go in this direction with the perspective grid, right? I'm going to draw Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson again, and he should kind of live a little bit above that horizon line in the same way that I just talked about, right? Like relative to this distance, but this same person his eye line will never change. They will still be at that same eye line. And that's always going to be true, no matter how far people are. So when you're drawing a crowd, you can kind of just keep them on the horizon line. You see that? And it's just like basic understanding of perspective will allow you to draw like walls more accurately, even if you don't have a perspective grid. Because you can use these like small, subtle cues, you know? And then just like having a person in frame helps you draw like the perspective of how big windows and doors should be. See, this is like probably average size door, because tall people will almost clip the top of the door, right?
Unfortunate.
You're like, I am Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I've decided to change my career to be a concept artist. Like after getting COVID, I realized drawing is really what I want to do, and so unfortunately, so we go back and look at kind of what you've done here, your drawings. So if this is off in the distance, look how tall that stair is, right? So I'm assuming that that stair, okay, based off of the way you drew it. Let me give myself a layer. Okay, where am I? Why am I not able to draw on top of this? Yeah, let's get out of here altogether. Okay, that's weird. You'll see, like, I imagine like a normal sized person would be like, God damn it, I gotta like do some box jumps to get up on this. You know? They're like, oh no. But like even like this perspective, like you made it so small, like right away, you know? That, and this feels accurate, but like you're trying to say like the horizon line is probably over here now. So these are giants, my dude. And this is like a giant like pyramid, you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So these types of stuff start to add up, you know? And when we go over here, we have the same problem. So you're saying the horizon line somewhere up here, right? When we look at like this, but the scale of this detail is like consistently the same size. It doesn't get too much bigger, you know? Where it should be like it should be getting smaller and smaller rapidly, you know?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, and the person who did this illustration, we can just kind of jump onto theirs as well.
That would be mine.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you were also suffering from the same problem. You see, and I kind of helped try to correct that, you know? And when you have something that is massive too, okay, in your shot, like in your actual, like this is supposed to be like a large thing because we have a scale indicator down here, right? You know, if you're trying to hide it because you have like these large tree trunks or whatever, and you're trying to kind of create some perspective that way, what ends up happening is still like problematically is like atmospheric perspective is a thing. So when things are far away from us, you know, they're going to have some sense of like fog, right? And like things like there's just air between the camera and the subject, you know, unless you are making some illustrative choices deliberately that are telling a different story, you know. I don't think that was your intention though, right? And so I just like rose the ground a bit so that way I can give some opportunity for some perspective, you know? And then I also put a little bit more atmosphere. And I will say that like even looking back at your kind of original artwork, I would have also done this where, because you have some shadows in the distance, but the shadows in the distance are also still going to not be as dark because there is some sort of larger direct light that's kind of influencing the lighting and shadows of all this stuff, you know? And so I probably would do something like that on top of what I just talked about, like the whole perspective stuff. But I think subject matter wise, this is pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, it's perspective. Perspective is a big one for you guys for environments. For me, when you do character designs, perspective is not nearly as important. Okay. But what I will say is that, like for characters where it's the things to get right for a character is proportions, okay, is the same for environments but with perspective, okay? Because like I was talking about with like those little lampposts and stuff that I kind of drew. Like those are kind of the proportions of the environment, right? It's helping us see that things are receding into space. Does that make sense? Where the proportions of like a human anatomy is showing us how, or character design rather, is showing us how those proportions are grounded based off of that one specific person, you know? And so even if you're doing stylized artwork, you know, you should be very aware of this to help push distance. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Did either of you guys have any questions or comments?
Nothing I can think of.
I asked just like a general question about industry.
No general questions. Kick him out of here, Mike. Get them both out now.
Sucks.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course.
Right away.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just joking with you.
So, by the way, I'm Ben. You can also just call me Tian because that's my real name. But I'm actually like still a high school student. I'm a junior currently, and I wanted to like, yeah, and I wanted to ask like, what would be the best way for like young people to get into the industry, especially if you're just coming out of high school or college, and like just general advice, because like the industry is rapidly developing and skills we learn today might not be used in the future. So just general advice on that would be great.
Well, first of all, I'm kind of like not worried about you because of the way you asked your question and the way your artwork is already pretty advanced for your age.
Thank you.
So I'm just kind of like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, just keep doing you know? You'll be good. But now I'm going to actually give you some good advice if I was talking to somebody that was more in the average percentile, right? Because I think you're actually ahead of the game. Like, you're in high school. You have time, okay? And looks like you put your time in the right place. You really love art. You've spent time getting good at digital. This is awesome, right? And this is not half bad, right? Like I mentioned Jana Schwimmer earlier. When she was in high school too, she was drawing, I think, just as good as this, if not better. And then when she left high school, she only got so much better. She's one of those people that just always drew. I think she was really good actually in high school. She was like crazy good. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a lecture here to talk about like the way you should think about this and try to see if I can give you some helpful advice along the way. Yeah. So the industry is always going to be changing. Okay. But think of it like this. You know, there was a time where people used to paint with like tempera, right? Which is just like eggs. Okay. And then oil painting came. And then people were like, the tempera people are like, oil painting? Bunch of cheaters, non-drying paint. How dare they? You know? And then you started getting some of the new media, right? Like acrylics, like markers, etc. Right? Some like versatile, diverse tools that can be used in all sorts of ways and had more access to more colors and more of everything. So then oil painters, at least in the time, were like, what? Pfft, bunch of cheaters. It's all about using only one, like a brush that you made from the back of your horse, you know? It's like, you know, and then digital painting came around, right? Digital art started coming around, and this is where the great traditional arts gathered together and had a meeting of alliance, and they all hate digital painting. Okay, and everybody's like, digital painting is trash, dumpster fire. Okay, and then then we started getting like 3D art, including 3D and VR art, right? Especially now, like with tools like Blender, there's this completely free, and you can make amazing artwork. So now the digital painting sphere is starting to be really critical of like the new age art. And there's probably going to be something, the last defining medium, which is AI, where all of our jobs will be replaced by a machine, right? So I'm showing you this just to say, like, the industry does, like, just in general, like, and this is just within the arts, but everything else, right? Things just change constantly, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what we're doing, right? Whether you're doing arts or, let's say, coal miners who happen to start losing their jobs because of the changing of use of energy, right? Or the people who in the automobile industry who used to make them by hand, but now it's all automated, right? There's all sorts of examples of all sorts of things that are changing constantly. Okay? So what I like to tell people is focus on skills that transcend the tools. Okay? Does this make sense? Like, don't worry so much about that kind of stuff. Focus more on, like, ideas, like being a good idea person, a person who has good concepts, right? A person who's able to manage other people, even like having good leadership skills or social skills, right? Things that have nothing to do with like whether you do 2D or 3D, okay? And then once you start to refine these skills, when the tools evolve, because they will always, that's a constant that you can count on, okay? People who have put their time and effort in these ideas, right, will have a lot more value, okay? Because if you know what makes things look good, right, like think of it like this, like if you know, or let me start over. Let me just say, like, let's say you're putting together a table, right, like a really cool carpenter looking table, okay? It has like cool designs, whatever, right? Doesn't matter whether you use a hammer or like a screwdriver, like usually a good carpenter, this is not the biggest deal to them, right? Because what's more important is less about whether they should use a hammer or a screwdriver. It's like, do you know how to build a table well? Do you understand? Like a cool looking table, right? And I like using this example because even a hammer versus using, let's say, just your thumb, obviously, hammering things with your thumb is going to be a problem, right? Or like, let's say just like a rock you found outside or something, So to say that tools don't matter, I'm not trying to get at that. I'm saying tools get better because now there's even better kinds of hammers, right? But if you don't know how to assemble the table, it doesn't matter if you have like that high-powered hammer tool, whatever. Do you get the point I'm making?
That was really good advice. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, I'm all about the good advice. So let me give you some examples of stuff that fit in this category. Okay, like knowing how light is good, like what makes things look good in different kinds of lighting, because you can do that by painting it or you can do that using a 3D tool. Do you understand? But like knowing how to use good complementary colors, learning how to control values, learning how to understand shape design. Like, why do people, like when you go to a store and you see a t-shirt that you like, why did you like that t-shirt without even thinking about it? Like immediately as soon as you saw it, you're like, I want to buy it, right? Why? There's a reason for it. There's a good artist behind that design that made you want to buy it. And if you understand why that and how that happened, it's going to make your art better, right? And can you do that in 3D, 2D? Like, does it matter? Like, nah. You start realizing, no, it doesn't matter. It's now just a weapon of choice, right? Do you prefer using 3D because maybe you get a different result? Or do you like using 2D because you get quicker results? Or maybe you use both. You do whatever is necessary to make those great ideas that you have, those great concepts that you have, and abilities. And you just use the tools that make sense. So if you look at some of the highest tier artists, the best artists in our industry, they're really good at the things I'm talking about right now. Like one of my good friends, Jama, he's really, really smart at like using different tools in interesting ways, but he always makes badass images, regardless of what tools he's using. You know what I mean? In fact, he's kind of like, he always like pioneers people to use tools differently, because he's like, oh, you could do this now. It's super cool, And then people are like, oh, I never knew you can do that with that tool. But he's just like, yeah, it's just whatever, dude. It was funny because even I was like, he was telling me I should use a software called Infinite Painter, and I was just like, I don't know, I like Procreate. He's like, AJ, out of all the people that I thought that would never give me pushback, you were one of those people. Why are you giving me pushback? I was like, okay, you're right. And I tried Infinite Painter and I loved it. He was right. You know? So even the greats, sometimes we get a little bit of tool Nazi, you know? But you'll see. The more people are attached to the tools, the more you'll see them angry when the tools become better and they don't know how to use these new cool tools. And they start to have to come to face the reality that they put all their effort in a tool, not in an actual skill that transcends the tool, you know? And like I mentioned, managing and like leadership and social stuff, like that's also good. Like being a good person, talking to people, able to manage how you present your artwork, that's all really valuable, you know? And so if you're still in high school, now this is like more specifically to you. Like this is just general advice that's good for anybody. Like I was saying, I'm gonna give this advice, and if it's helpful for you, then great. Which it sounds like it was. Awesome. Now I'm gonna give you, like high schoolers who listen to my stream currently, advice. Draw a lot, and use all this time where you don't have to worry about stuff that I have to worry about, and many of us other adults have to worry about, like paying bills and like having food on the table, right? Use that time wisely. Be very smart about how often you're practicing and painting and drawing and learning the tools of the trade. Watch videos about the industry and see what's going on to kind of get some sort of understanding and experience indirectly. Go to events such as this if you can, right? Make friends with artists that you can get access to. Try to build your own sketch groups at your school. Like, you know, you have like the chess club. Try to make the concept art club. You know what I mean?
I actually did this year.
Yeah, see that I already told you that from the way that you were asking your question, I already felt like you're good. You know? Just based on the way on how you were talking to me. I was like, this person is already pretty well researched. You know? And that alone is enough for me to understand that you have the kind of drive and opportunities and privileges that will get you where you need to go. So I'm not too worried about you. So I think in general though, like, yeah, stay focused, right? Make friends and stay with friends that are in the same industry to kind of motivate yourself, and then just keep doing it, you know? And when going to college, here's a couple options. You can go to universities. If you were to go to one, I think Art Center is by far the best one you can go to, but it's incredibly expensive. And and if you don't go to Art Center, you can still take classes online. There's other schools that are just more like trade schools. Our industry, there is no real reason to have a degree unless you're working overseas for some reason. For instance, I had a friend who got a great opportunity to go work overseas, and they wanted to hire him, and they were ready to bring him out, and then the government's like, wait, hold the brakes. Does this person have a college degree, though? And they're like, no, but why does that matter? And the country's like, no, we don't want people who don't have college degrees coming over here working. Keep those idiots in America. You know? And,
I was just going to say, also the experience with that is going to Germany for SMV was the first time that anyone ever asked about my college degree. It was literally just for the government application for a work permit.
It's literally just for like a piece of paper to say you can work. It's not because it's not because it matters, like, oh, we really value that college experience. It shows the payout. No, they're like, we just want on paper that we bring in smarter people.
Exactly.
You know? So, yeah. But I would say even with that being said, you can, in most cases, still work for companies overseas remotely, because I have done this my whole career. So I have had no problems with no college degree getting plenty of work. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right? If that's something that's really important to you. Otherwise, it's really not. And I'm telling you now, with the pandemic, I think more and more globalized thinking is happening, right? Of like getting people to work with you that don't even live in your country. You know? That's changing. You know what I mean? So people might change their mind about this whole college stuff, and people are also starting to come around to the idea that college might be a joke, you know. So you might live in a time where people just they'll just get over it, you know. But if not, don't be like, oh no, like I don't have a college degree and that's gonna be a problem. It's really for that kind of the crossing borders type of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
It's really that, at least from what I've heard and seen. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about some other countries. Like I think Japan, for instance, you could probably just go, and they're like, yeah, whatever, dude, come on over, you know. But just you'd have to do your own research to figure out what countries are like really like anal about who comes into their country. You know, don't think that America is only stingy people. Like other countries are also just as stingy in different ways. You know, and so I think that this is really important to keep in mind. So you can get all the education you need without going to an art college, for instance, right? More than ever before. So don't be stressed by that. It's really about putting that time in. Okay.
Thank you so much for that advice. That was like a really in-depth look.
In-depth look with Anthony Jones. Yeah. How to escape high school. All right. Exodus. Let's talk about your character right here, and then I'm gonna stop the critiques.
I think we have the guy who did the blue in the top right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's talk about this real quick then. Are you here? You lied to me,
Jacko.
You lied to me.
Oh no!
Is that you, Jacko?
Right there?
Wasn't he up there?
All right. Well, I'm just gonna talk about it, and I hope that you're hearing me out.
Who, my little guy or the one on the blue side?
The blue guy. Who's doing the blue guy?
All right. Not me.
Jacko
not you.
said that he had one of his artworks on the PSD.
Oh,
Are you there? He unmuted.
We can't hear you, but I'm going to talk anyway. So the same problems that I think existed with this illustration with the skulls about, not pushing the values too hard, I think is another problem with this. And also, it's very flat. A good way to measure this, even just by looking at it, is if you take a value like right here and you wipe it across and there's no real discerning change, like it doesn't feel like there's much change when you do that, that means that there's like very little form change, like there's very little turning of the form. And if you see what I've done here, like if I take a value right here, you'll see that it's pretty extreme. You can see the difference of value change there, right? So which means I'm like trying to say that there's a plano change of some sort. And also I just brighten the background a bit and brighten the character itself a bit. I think the colors that you had originally though were probably better. But more importantly, I think you want to have it more readable. And also this is like more of a sketch. So I'm not sure if there's more that I can critique there, but I will say that refinement is still a pretty powerful thing to kind of focus in on. And with that being said, it's a good time to now talk about Exodus's work when it comes to refinement. Are you there now, bud?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, I'm here. All right, so let's take a look at the values. That's the first thing that I'd like to take a look at. So as I suspected, the values are a little bit too contiguous, meaning they're all pretty much the same, except for like maybe in the face. So you just want to like break apart the values a bit. Actually, before I do that, let's do this. Let's brighten this up a little bit.
I just wanted to say I'm a fan. I'm from Argentina, South America.
Oh, appreciate it. It would have been funny if you're just like, oh, by the way, I'm not a fan of yours. I actually think you're a terrible artist. I'm just like interested in your critique so I can laugh at you. I'm not trying to say that everybody who's here is a huge fan of mine or something. I'm just saying it makes sense that people have some like for my work. So it's just, I appreciate your love and appreciation. It's just funny. I'm just super curious if there's anybody who's listening right now who is not a fan of mine. They're just like, no, I don't. I'm just bored.
It seemed like there was a guy earlier. Yes.
Oh yeah,
But-
yeah, I saw
but
that one.
Oh yeah, I saw someone. You're
I
going
damn
hardcore. Oh no, what happened?
Well, I gave him a chance. Now he just kept on being negative. But let's not feed it.
Okay.
Move on.
Yeah, that must have been Kalen then. It's Kalen's alter ego, dude.
On his stock account.
The id, his
Why
id
you
is
gotta
like
call me out, bro? Is that your
it's his
Caleb
second.
made a fake account just for it.
We at war. You said you want to go to war.
That was actually a fan of Kalen's, and they were coming to
Literally
your
like
defense.
on war, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, let me be clear. I'm sure there's always going to be some people who show up just to be meanies for sure. But it's just it would be bizarre to like go through the notion of submitting portfolio, wanting to get a review, and then just straight up be like, I don't like you, dude.
Wait, someone was legit being mean in the chat? That's funny.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while, and it's bound to happen the more people are going to show up. You know.
Yeah.
I have as I'm doing this correction Exodus. I'll talk a little about this too. I have a good friend of mine who he was he's like one of the most respected artists and most beloved artists in the industry, and he posted something that he spent a lot of time on, and it was pretty good. He did a pretty good job on it. And there's just this one person that was just kind of going all in on talking crap, like mad crap, And he messaged me, my friend. He's like, oh, man, like I hate the internet. Like the internet sucks. Like this one guy just keeps talking so much crap and keeps going off about this and that. Like it's like really aggravating, man. Like I put all my time and effort on this thing, and people out here still trying to hate on me, And I was just like, yeah, but let's go to your social network though, and I'll show you that like 99.9% of all the people out here are praising this artwork, right? They like love it. You know what I mean? It's like the opposite. And it's like, do you realize that and this is to like kind of what Michael was saying just a moment ago, right? Like you're feeding into like the minority here, right? And like, don't get me wrong, and I've had my fair share of like mass criticism, and I also agreed with, you know what I mean? There's a difference between this like criticism versus just straight up trolling, right? And I said, you don't want to pay attention to people who just troll for the sake of trolling, all right? Because in my opinion, I think they're objectively wrong, both in their approach and probably even their message, Because people who care about you, right? If they think you're doing something wrong, they're not gonna just straight up let's call you out on it. They're gonna be empathetic. They're gonna try to meet you where you're at and help you out, right? Like people who genuinely want to help you get better, And it's probably those people you want to listen to the most anyway, because they're looking out for you.
True.
And so I appreciate even Michael. You gave that person a chance.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna eat people right away.
Yeah.
I think he might just not. This person might just not realize what they're doing.
Yeah, totally.
But if they don't change,
it's just going to be a problem. Yeah.
So I was going to say that kind of applies even to people's view of their own work. Like sometimes you might hate something that you're like, oh, this is so bad, but then like literally everyone likes it, and you're just like, no, but like this thing's wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong yourself. Like you don't even know what's good. Your own negativity is wrong, and it's actually more dangerous when it's coming from you. I think because there's one thing that's coming from others. Like I'm really good about like ignoring extremely negative advice and feedback. Like I'm just like, okay, this person has no intention for goodwill, right? And I'm really good at just like detaching and not thinking about it, like not losing sleep, But I can imagine if you have that internally happening, that's pretty dangerous, right? Yeah. So anyway, Exodus. So as we were talking about that, I adjusted the values as I suggested. Like remember how I said they were too similar?
Yeah.
Actually, let's do this. Ooh, actually, I went too far back in time. Yeah, here you go. Hold on. Yeah. So you can see this is what you had before, right?
Yeah.
in terms of values, and here's the correction. So now there's a little more clarity. Yeah, you can see
Yeah, there
things
is.
more clearly. And so here's the funny thing too, is that you can take your color version that you had here, and you can put it onto color mode, and you'll see that not only are we like fixing the clarity of your image, the colors aren't really sacrificed. You know,
No, they're
in
not.
fact, things are
Yeah.
pushed to feel a little bit more vibrant in some places. Some places feels a little bit more washed out, but other places it's like working good. And whenever people are painting
Yeah.
in color, they tend to do this. They tend to like accidentally make their images not that graphically strong. Okay. And I
Yeah.
think there's a good middle ground. There's sometimes you don't want to do that. You want to kind of keep it in the middle, and it's totally fine. But you want to be in control of when and how you're doing that. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. Because I'm studying. There's no concept art here in Argentina. There's only visual arts in universities that
Yeah.
I can go to. So I'm learning traditional art, this and that, from let's say from very good teachers that really teach me, but they want me more to be more artsy, you know, like more
Sure.
expressive, more abstract, and not more concrete, like character design and all this and that.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're given the hand that you're dealt with, you make do with what you can, you know. So what I did was I was working this summer, got money and paid for a little online course that I could learn a little bit of Photoshop, the basics, how to work it.
Yeah.
And I just went in, and it's hard. It's hard transitioning from traditional to digital. It really got me like I was in a rut for like a bit,
Mm.
and then I just came back to it, and I was like, I'm gonna do this because I gotta do this. I want to work for this I want to work, you know, like I want to make character designs. I want to work in
Sure.
the industry. I want to be somebody. Like
Got
I'm
it.
gonna put everything into it.
Awesome. Well, let me just say
Yeah.
this. I'm going to do a little bit of a painting demo, and then we're going to do some fun Magma Studio stuff, guys.
Sweet.
So, you know, you're going from digital to traditional. Here's a really fantastic way of thinking about digital and traditional transition. Stop thinking of it as something you should just get, right? Meaning,
Yeah.
like whenever people come from one background to another, they tend to like have a sentiment of like this shouldn't be as hard as it is, and even if it's not like direct, it could be very subconsciously thinking this way. And for instance, you know, let's say you're coming from like a really good digital or traditional background, and when you're going traditional painting to digital, and then you try to do your first digital painting, and it's just like hot garbage, and you're just like, what the hell, you know? Or like even when you change like fields, like you're trying to go more design, right? Less like
Yeah.
artsy fartsy. Then it feels so foreign. It feels like you're just you know so terrible comparatively. And the way I like to try to tell people is that, you know, let's look at it from a couple of different perspectives. Let's start with the perspective of art. Like, would you think that it's as easy to go from oil to watercolor? Like, if you're really good at, let's say, watercolors, could you just all of a sudden start doing oil painting? No problems?
No.
No, right? So even in like a traditional sense, like I think people understand this, so they don't really bat an eye. But whenever they go to digital, for whatever reason, this same idea that I just mentioned is not true, right? Like, no, digital is should be easier, right? And it's like, no,
Yeah.
it's just another tool. You see kind of where I'm going with this?
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
and when-
Practice.
Yeah, and so when you think about it that way, then you don't have any disillusion of like why it's a challenge. You know, it's another
Yeah.
medium. And here's another way of thinking about it. Let's use sports. Let's use soccer. Okay, so most people are
Yeah.
familiar with soccer, or at least in America we call it soccer. Everywhere else in the world it's called football. It just goes to show you that we are immune to COVID-19.
Yes.
because of that naming convention.
True.
just
You know the
because
British invented that term, right? Just to kind of history on that one.
The British named it soccer.
Yeah.
They named it soccer until like the literally like the 1970s, and they started naming it
Both
football.
rugby and soccer were called football. So,
Like people that
so it went the other way around.
Like, they created it, so it's kind of funny when people go,
Oh,
"It's
I
called
didn't know that.
football, you cultured swine," and I'm like, you guys created that term, right?
I'm gonna have to fact check you on that. I think you're fake news, so we'll see.
Yeah, feel free.
Can we get a fact check on that, please? And then, and if Kalen is lying, can we get that in the chat?
Get the Kalen is a liar. Yeah, go for it. Be my guest.
Yeah. Anyway, regardless of that little slight, the point I'm making is like soccer, right? Like when everyone's kicking the soccer ball, and again, everywhere else in the world, apparently nobody wanted to be associated with soccer anymore, and went with football.
Yeah.
You have a goalie, and then you have a the forward. Okay, the forward is the person who scores usually, and the goalie is the one who blocks the scores. Right? Now, would you think that it's possible to just take the goalie and the forward like mid game, like you're on the same team playing the same sport, right? And I'm the coach, and I switch you out with our goalie. You think that's a good idea? Like halfway through the game? Probably
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, probably not, right? And the reason why is because the goalie, even though they play soccer, right, has been trained to do one thing, which is like block the goal. Now, don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean that the goalie can't probably play really good, like in any other circumstance, like with their friends or something, like casually, right?
Yeah.
But like in the scope of like the professional setting, like that is a terrible idea because everybody else is incredibly playing at an incredibly high level, And so, I like to use that as an example, is because I feel the same way about like this transition yet again. It's like you went from playing like a goalie, right, to now trying to play a forward, and you're like, why is it so hard to score these goals, And it's in that same kind of scope because it feels the same, right? It's all art, So you have this intuition of like, I should just be able to get it because I'm a good artist, right? But it's a different kind of art, And even if you like not on subconscious level, but like on a conscious level, know this to be true. Like you're consciously aware of this. Subconsciously, you might still not be, So you have to be very careful of that. You understand? Like you have to be like, okay. Maybe my subconscious is what's driving my insecurities currently. That's why I feel this way. You know what I mean?
I think you're right.
Yeah, and then once you let go of this, it's much easier to get better. And I always try to tell people, like, it's just better to just assume you suck at everything, right? Versus to have any hope that you're already pretty good at something, right? If you start a conversation with, I already know, right? And then when you demonstrate constantly that you actually have no clue, it just makes you look like a fool, And then and then you just only become more defensive, right? And it's just this kind of problem that just keeps you stuck at being not good, You start feeding into your insecurities more and more. This is like one of the main drivers, by the way, that I really disagree with our current president. Like that's one of the biggest red flags for me. It's not all the rhetoric and not all the kind of crazy stuff that he says and the policies that he does. Like one of the biggest ones is that he just doesn't think that he's wrong about anything. Like I don't know anybody who's like
he's arrogant.
Yeah, like who's not wrong about anything. Like it's the whole boy who cried wolf situation. Do you know what I mean? Like where he might actually be saying some hot fire truth, dude, about one topic, but like nobody will listen to it because everything he says is like always exaggerated, right? Like like when he goes to, there's this like really funny meme where he's just like it just talks about how he's an expert at everything. He's like, I know everything about this. I'm an expert, and it just goes through all the things that he's an expert at. And I've already talked about you guys in this stream and in classes that it's really hard to get good at any one thing, right? Like, so who's this guy telling me he's good at everything, man? Like, I don't even think he's good at talking, dude. And he's sitting here saying he's smarter than the military, smarter than engineers, scientists. What are you doing, bro? Like, who believes this? Like not even the Lord himself, right? would say that he's perfect. It's like all the followers, right? Like I think even when Jesus was on the cross on his like dying breath, was like, dude, they don't know what they're doing. God, just take it easy, right? And apparently he was talking to himself, right, according to some gospel. But you see, like even like the person who is supposedly the most wise and most infallible still says, no, there's still room for error, dude. Still couldn't make mistakes, dude. And then like I'm like, all right.
There is.
And so I'm not even saying that this is just a criticism of him. I'm saying this is all in all of us. We all kind of make this mistake, you know. Some just do it more than others.
Yeah, sometimes we are arrogant. That is very true.
Without even us recognizing it, you know.
Yeah, there's people like me and my friend. We were sorry to interrupt. Obviously,
how dare you?
Sorry, but
I'm perfect, dude.
Me and my
you can
friends,
never interrupt me.
We were drawing, and this girl in my class, she starts talking, and she's like, I know you and your friend and this other guy and this other girl are gonna go somewhere with your art, and I'm like, and why aren't you gonna go somewhere in your art? You're just as good. You're just as talented. I'm like, just have faith in yourself. And I told her, I'm not even where I want to be. I'm like the most critical of my own work, and I'm never satisfied. I'm always trying to like get it, you know, like trying to get what I want to, where I want to be. And like I see your art, I see a bunch of other artists that like inspire me, and every time I see your stylized pictures, drawing, images, I'm like, God damn, what the hell am I doing? I gotta get my shit together.
Sure.
So
and
I go and do it.
Yeah, and every time that's happening from you, that's also happening from my perspective with other artists. So it's all good, man. And I will say
it's a chain.
Yeah, and I will say that like arrogance has always been one of the biggest drawbacks for me personally, right? And so
really?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm totally like confident, like overtly confident in so many different things, and it got me a lot of trouble a lot of times. But I also think that overconfidence is a strength when it's put into education, like learning. When you're trying to learn and you're just like, you already think you're tight, you don't really have that self-doubt, right? You're never like, you're not that critical. You're just like, whatever, dude, I'm tight. Yeah. And you just keep going. And then where other people are like, I'm not tight, and they stop, right? But I had a couple times where I remember one time I had like this portfolio that I was super proud of, and I was like, oh, dude, I'm going to show this to this client, or sorry, this like a portfolio review, and they're going to lose their mind. They're going to give me a job like on the spot. It's going to be awesome. And I'm in line. I'm waiting for a portfolio review. We're going through the notions, and I have like basically like this portfolio of just like one of those like 5-star binders, like those 3-ring binders where you put papers in. And I had like little like transparent sleeves, and I just had like literally like your sketchbook pages put into those, and it was just like sketches, and they're like half finished, and some of them weren't even like any good, and it was just like a bunch of just garbage drawings. Anyway,
story of the briefcase.
Yeah, so then I just feeling pretty good though. I was like, dude, this is tight. And then there's a guy in front of me who kind of like looked like he had like a briefcase with him. I thought that was just like his like, you know, he was just bringing his like lunch or something. I don't know. Like he just his clothes are in there, and he like but the briefcase was like actually like a portfolio. He puts it on a table, it retracts, like a light show, like some music was playing. And I was like, what in the world? And then like the work itself inside the portfolio was like the best I've ever seen in my life. I never seen anything as good as that, you know? And I was just like floored. And the people who were reviewing it were like, oh my God, you're amazing. Like, we're going to give you a job on the spot, you know? And I was like, uh-oh. Like, that's what a portfolio looks like. And I remember like stepping out of the line and like, this is a mistake, you know? Like, I am not anywhere as good as I thought I was. So like, at that time, I thought I was. But I will say that the thing that allows me to get out of this arrogance bubble that I have from time to time is that if you give me a fair case of how I'm wrong, I'm usually pretty easy to convince. You just gotta like have to give me some solid info, you know. And that was
Yeah.
that was a good example of that. You know what I mean? I was like, oof, yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
You know?
Just give him a year. Just give him a
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, give me a year, dude.
Feel that.
Yeah, and that's an inside joke that me and Kalen have. Because he's really good at Street Fighter. And I was like, I could be good at Street Fighter too, dude. Like, just give me a year, dude.
Just give me a year.
Just give me a year. And I never played. So that year has not happened yet. I haven't actually put the clock, I haven't timed it in.
Hey, you know it's free on PlayStation Plus right now, right?
Hey, Will, don't be.
Don't encourage. Don't
Hey,
encourage.
don't
You don't
make
want,
it
you don't
weird.
want
No, I actually bought it. I actually have it. So even if that's true, I
like
still
if that,
like.
what's next? You gonna beat me in soccer? Like, come on.
Oh,
Yo, give me a year, dude. Give me a year.
Give me a year, bro.
This is almost as ridiculous as when Michael tried to beat us in the past. Remember that time? Was it last year? Where he played me and AJ. He's like, "I'll
I'll
put you."
talking here to catch these hands.
Yeah, I think we like.
You guys both.
1v1 me.
I
It's been
think
a
we
year.
destroyed him.
You don't catch some hands.
I think we destroyed him. See, arrogance,
You
dude.
think I'm not nice on the sticks?
You guys talking so
Give me a
confident.
year. Give me a year. Give me a year, dude.
You're not gonna win.
Just give me a year.
reminded me of that talk. Do you really want to fight me?
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
want to catch this man?
yeah. But anyway, the moral of the story is keep at it, man. Yeah, don't let something as simple as thinking that you should already have that skill, that ability, be the reason why you get overtly frustrated. You know.
Yeah.
And with that said, though, we're already at the 4 o'clock mark, but I did start a little bit later, so we can spend like maybe the next 15, 20 minutes doing some magma drawings. So let me go ahead and open up a tab here. Oh, this is cool. I like this. And open up another tab, and open up another tab, and open up another tab. I'm going to open up 5 different tabs. And what I'm going to do, the game that we're going to do here, is we're gonna have a battle, okay, and we're gonna see who does the first, or sorry, who does makes the most epic looking army, okay, and we'll fight each other. All right, and me, Kalen, and Tabisa will be the judges of this. Actually, I'll be the judge. I'll stay out of the drawings, so that way Tavisa and Kalen and everybody else, if they want to join, you guys can join in on this. The links have been sent to the magma, or of the magma drawings, and I will do live commentary on top of this. But with that being said, let's see what's going on here. Okay. Looks like we got a couple people in the first one. There's only one person on the second link. Oh, third link is pretty lively. There's nobody in the 4th link. Oh, some llama person. Richie is in here. Good job, Richie. You're by yourself right now too, Trent Uriaza. So the last link, if somebody wants to click on that, we need more people on the last 2 links, and even on the second link. We got a lot of people on the 1st and 3rd link. So I'm gonna send the links again that have less people. Oh, I almost accidentally closed one. Here. Don't leave the links. Here, I'm sending one that's empty. If you haven't joined one, click on that one. Decker in here. Nice. Good job, Decker. Anonymous is in here. Yeah, just go ahead and start, Decker. I believe in you. Richie is trying to get this going. Looks like the first group has already got one creature design going on here. And then the last link. Yeah, I might need one of you guys to join in. Tabiso, are you here?
What's going on?
Go to the YouTube chat and then join the link that I just sent. The brief is just make an army. So you maybe make your own character and just start to draw, but it's like an army. Looks like somebody's putting in a perspective grid.
Perspective grid. Oh my god.
All right, so we got a lot of people already joining on that one. Okay, I'm going to send another link. We need more people in this one. Yeah, an army, just of characters, and it makes sense when there's a lot of people drawing on the same canvas to be able to draw an army in a short amount of time. Could you imagine if it was just like one person having to draw? Now we got too many people on the last one.
Oh, you have to make your own layer?
Yeah. So if you just joined, can you guys join the last link that I just sent? Because we're getting crowded on the other ones. It's all right. I think we actually have a good amount for every single one. You would think that the more people would be better. We'll see. It might be actually more chaotic. All right.
I am so confused. What is happening in this?
Yeah. It's a multiple. It's like, imagine like everybody has access to the same PSD.
Oh, so
you can draw on your own layer. You might have to actually. Oh, there you go. Ooh, Tabiso's in that one. Hey, I can see him drawing. Yeah, I believe in you guys. Oh, someone drew a straight up tank in one of these. So you better. If you're just drawing like a person, dude, like they literally have a tank. Yeah, see this person, Gudo, he gets it. He or she gets it. Like, don't just draw like casual people, dude. Draw like an army that has to go.
What does your army look like?
Yeah, if your army has no tanks or anything that can fight against heavy artillery, you guys are already screwed, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah. See the first one, for instance, we got Giacomissa. She or he is drawing like a regular person. You better add more to that regular person. I believe in you. Don't try to be a good artist right now. Try to draw a badass army. And then we got. Yeah, someone started a drawing over here with like kind of like a half-finished robot. So it might have been Decker. Not sure. If that's you, Decker, yeah, keep drawing. And don't be afraid to draw in other people's characters, you know? To try to, it's a collective. Okay, now the last image, one with Tabiso. Tabiso, I can see he changed his script a bit. You're probably drawing one of your just regular fantasy characters. Right, wait a minute, there's a tank in this?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay, looks like the last one, the last link right here, is on the stretch of having some excellence here. Yeah, I'm still thinking the guys with the tank, just because there's just a tank, it's pretty dangerous. But this last one is definitely going out, because now they got like, looks like Mech Monster, ironically, is drawing a dragon. So it better be like a mech dragon, dude. And then it looks like someone drew like Vegeta in there with you guys, which is cool because and look, a laser, dude. This is what I'm about. Okay, here we go. Now people are drawing robots, some giant monsters. You guys, this is a battle, so don't think so much about drawing good. Think about drawing crazy. Okay, Giacomissa, they changed the script now. They made like a sort of like a general. That's pretty cool. Holdsworth is drawing what it looks like a cool character kneeling down in an Iron Man pose. It looks like it's a creature design. I appreciate you. I feel like I have to get up on this and show you guys how this is done. Because you guys are going too safe. Except for the last one. Yeah, Tabiso's crew is going hard, dude. Will, are you in this? Are you in one of these?
I just joined right now. I'm taking a break from work.
Which group are you in?
I'm in the one with the robot, I think.
There's a robot.
There's a tiny robot. There's only four images on it.
4 images. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see you. All right, Will, you have to bring something to the table because these jokers are drawing just regular. I mean, Decker's going hard. He's drawing some sort of mech. I think that's the right idea. And then Hassan also has a good idea because they're kind of drawing some sort of like genie mech. Yeah, so keep going, man. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we got like a jet and a demon that has rockets, like a missile launchers for arms. There you go. Now we got it. Now we got something. Oh man, but I think Tapiso's group is truly gonna win it at this point. You guys got some really monstrous and large characters. Oh, come on. You guys can do this. Let's see how the group with the tank is doing. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, you guys' MVP is the tank. Oh, no, look. Battle is creating some sort of like cowboy, alien, demon, parasite character, dude. Oh, that is cool. That's a pretty cool idea. Oh, there's like a dragon on this one too with like a Tommy gun in his mouth. Or as a wing. Now you guys are getting it. And then there's like a Skeletor looking dude with a chainsaw. Silent Lurker just put a bazooka. Go bigger, guys. We need even bigger and crazier ideas. All right, I'm gonna start putting a timer on this now. You guys have 10 minutes to start rounding around this corner and making this feel as epic as humanly possible. I'll give you a 5-minute and 2-minute warning. 5-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute warning. Or no, 5-minute, 2-minute, 30-second warning. And while you guys are doing that, and I'm seeing what the competition's bringing to the table, I am going to do an illustration, and I'm going to rule all of it over all of you guys right now. I'm going to show you guys how it is done. How dare you guys think that you know how to draw an epic army? And I have 10 minutes. You guys will see. And I'll check in so we can see what everyone else is doing. So it won't always just be my painting. But you guys are fools. Use your imagination.
How dare you guys attempt what I asked you to?
Yeah, how dare you do the challenge that was supposed to be lighthearted, and now I'm going to wreck you guys. I'm going to show you.
You're like the guy that's like, come on, just come outside. We'll play a horse. No, it'll be fun. And you start like,
it gets really serious.
Breaking ankles.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be casual.
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
It's like, guys, just play 21, and then it's like Steph Curry. Like,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, it's like Kalen Chalk.
Is that Kalen with Street Fighter? He's just like,
he does no mercy, man.
Dude, life is gonna take it easy on you. Why should I?
Yes, exactly.
Street Fighter is an analogy for real life.
Spoken like a true sociopath.
Spoken like a real asshole.
Oh man, that brings me back to college memories, man. Caleb is destroying my ass all the time.
Yeah, but but come on, Will. You got to admit that now, if you get your ass whipped, you can take it. Like,
oh yeah,
you can take it. Well,
you just see Will every morning, just like cries himself awake.
It's like every waking nightmare is just seeing Makoto destroy the shit out of Ibuki every fucking morning.
Extra built diamonds, bro. Can't send you out there to get your butt whooped.
All right, let's see what the peasants are working on. Let's see what okay. Here we go. I told you guys I was arrogant, man. Oh no! Now that they know that I'm in the ringer, everyone's going a little bit more serious now, because now this mech dragon is a real thing. This is kind of frightening. I need to level it up. Oh yeah! Now that we're getting people rendering, there's a guy made out of cubes. Tight. Oh yeah, that cowboy tentacle dude is looking tight. And then oh yeah, everyone's going hardcore now. I like it. I appreciate it. Yeah, the jet riding demon dude. Hell yeah. Demon riding a jet. Oh, and then Joe Misa came around, gave the general person some angel wings. Somebody drew like the sun. I see what you're trying to do there. Trying to steal my ideas, dude. That's kind of what I'm going for. How dare you? So I'm gonna beat you guys' army though so easily. This is gonna be so totes. All right. Yeah. So one of the things I'll say that while we're doing this and some easy listening is although this is kind of like all digital and we're all just kind of like joking around, like that's kind of what sketch trips are about. And I think this app, as long as this app's around, I think I might want to actually host sketch groups like this, because this is really fun. And maybe the portfolio reviews and paintovers is something I do every once in a while, because that's something that I still kind of reserve for my mentorships and stuff like this. But I think it's okay to kind of every once in a while kind of donate that time to the community as often as I have available to me. But one thing that I definitely think I should do more of is just straight up sketch groups and hanging out with other artists in any way possible, and
like
just
a casual setting.
Yeah, and just share that positivity. You know what I mean? Like I was talking about earlier, like there's a lot of negative stuff, and some of it's like some justified negativity that needs to be talking about. Right? There's no way around it. It's negative in nature, but not everything, man. There's still got to be like a moment of like, what are we fighting for, And for me, I think I have that opportunity to kind of help do that, and I think a lot of you guys in this community can do as well. So I'm really happy and proud to be a part of the artist community, Hope you guys enjoyed Lightbox. Be sure to visit the website, support your fellow artists. They have like a digital artists alley in which you can go chill and hang out and do cool stuff with people. I highly recommend you do so and begin building that, community bond. Oh, 5-minute warning though, by the way. Speaking of bond, you guys are about to be disbonded by my army. I'm about to unload on you guys. All right, let's check out what you guys are working on. The peasants. Oh my god, they drew a Voltron or a Gundam.
They're all like, we must combine our powers.
Yeah, there's a Cthulhu in this one. Someone just straight up just drew nukes and wrote nukes. All right, I see what you're playing. You guys will see why I am the greatest artist in the world when you hear my army and my idea, and why you guys are just pawns in a game that I am going to win. Yeah, come outside, guys. Let's play some dodgeball. You just see, I bring like a dodgeball gun. All right, here we go.
How about you and your lackeys versus me and the revolution?
Yeah, so you guys have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds before we clock in. Now, I'm going to save all the images during that time, so you feel free to keep drawing, but I'm going to compare and contrast the battle once I get all of the drawings up in here. All right. So my army, once I reveal it to you guys, I think will be unbeatable, no matter what. Oh, hey sweetheart, I'm in the middle of the stream. Did you want to be in here?
Mama told me to be in here because I don't have any headphones and she showed me the button. Can I use your charger because my iPod is low on battery?
Right. Can you guys hear my daughter talking?
A little bit.
You guys hear her?
I only have 20 battery.
Okay, go ahead and use my charger then.
What is like the cable thing?
What do you mean the cable thing?
There's no cable.
Yeah, it's right there, the blue cable. If you want the white one, it's right here. Sweetheart, I'm in the middle of a battle. You're making me lose. How dare you? A battle? Yeah, an art battle. You guys got lucky that she came the time she did.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
it was all part of the plan.
Excuses already, I hear.
Hey man, they're legit excuses, dude. Alright. Here we go. Oh, don't wake him up, sweetheart. It's because I have to take care of this little dude. She's like waking up the dog, dude. She's trying to make me lose for real.
When I came, I saw him awake.
Yeah, whatever.
She's on our side, DJ. She's on our side.
Whatever, sweetheart, you little liar.
I'm serious, I did.
You little liar.
I am, Dada. I'm serious.
You are lying? Got it.
No.
Alright.
Sorry, people.
What? What'd you say? Ooh. Alright. I forgot to give you guys a 2-minute warning. So now it's at 1 minute 30 seconds. Uh-oh. Alright, I gotta wrap this up. 1 minute. You guys have to remember, I'm the speed painting champion of the world. I am the greatest painter of all time. Know this. Delilah? Who's the greatest painter of all time? What?
Bob Ross?
How dare
Got
you.
him.
Got him!
Got him.
Got him!
What did you say?
She said Bob Ross. You were
Oh,
supposed
that
to
was
say
beautiful.
Daddy. You betrayed me. She's laughing. You betrayed me.
I taught her well.
I thought you'd loved
That
your
was
daddy.
beautiful.
30 seconds. Wrap it up, y'all.
Our environments. Thank you, Delilah.
All right. 25 seconds.
And now
You
that
guys.
Anthony's confidence is shattered, it's your time.
No, it's only been
It's your
reinforced.
time.
What's your
Shine.
time?
I'm gonna go back in time and kill Bob Ross when he was a little baby. Like, what the no? Even though that would be a little bit of a grandfather's paradox, because I learned a lot from Bob Ross. So it's like, would I be able to survive? Would I be the artist I am today? All right.
Undo your own existence.
Yep. Uh-oh. Timer's going
AJ comes
AWOL.
back from killing Bob Ross, and he's just like a homeless dude on the corner.
I start to fade, like in Back to the Future. All right, I'm saving the images as they are. So if you're still working on them, that's fine. But we are now going to review the contestants. All right, here we go. Let's just bring them all in here. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to do something like this. I can't believe I was working at such low resolution. Okay.
All right, I gotta get back to work.
Oh my gosh, why can't I zoom out?
Put them that boxing, Will. Keep throwing them Dempsey rolls. Don't drop them.
Trying, man, trying.
There you go. Get that work in. Imagine it's me beating you in Street Fighter.
Oh hell.
Don't forget.
Never forget.
All right, so we're gonna see who is the winners.
Oh, AJ, did you check the chat about that soccer reference?
What reference?
You know, if Kalen's history was correct.
Oh, yeah, you're a liar. Got it. What?
I
What?
wish that was true.
He's like, what's there to discuss?
Yeah, we already said you're a liar, dude. You think we care about facts here, dude?
Yeah. You think we care about? I'm not. You're an expert. I'm an expert.
Hey,
at
listen. The reality is whatever reality you believe in, you know. And my reality is you're wrong, so it has to be true. The reality you live in. All right. So, hold on. Let me shrink all these down even more. Okay. So looky. Look at what we have here. All right. So we got. Hold on, I'm trying to move these independently. But because I'm streaming in all directions. Oh my god, grab that one. My Photoshop is lagging a bit. Alright, there you go. Oh my god, just grab that one. There you go. Okay. So, in the first, in the one corner, we got a giant tech with a demon lord and looks like a Gundam. And some cyborg robots, squids, a disgruntled old man. That's a pretty big one. With a teddy bear, squirrel maybe, with grenade launcher and the Punisher signal. And looks like Black Dynamite and the Scorpion King if he had missile launchers. Versus the parasite homeless guy with looks like just the darkness with a blue orb. Some sort of Battletoads general looking dude. The tank that I think was at first the winner, but then they started bringing in elephants with missile launchers and Cthulhu with nukes, with a monster guy also with a rocket launcher who's pointing at his other comrade, which might not be great strategies, and a chainsaw for an arm. And then in the middle, this one I was starting to get real afraid of. You have what I like to think of the Rules of 3 grid, which is a pretty good thing to fight against. But then you got dragon mechs all over the place with just regular samurai mechs with like some sort of genie demon. I'm not sure what this is on the bottom, with like a two-faced Vegeta coming out of a Venus flytrap with a guy with a hammer axe. It's like an axe, but then on the other end of the axe tip is a hammer, and then like a rocket launcher, flamethrowing robot with what looks like to be a raving ghost dude. All right. This one has the sun that has a tattoo of a sun on its forehead, what it looks like, and then we have a humanoid dinosaur guy with a full head of hair. and a robotic missile launcher arm and bazooka arm riding a jet. Being told, being a general, basically saying, "It's I don't know, sure what that says, but she's telling people what to do with angel wings and a sword." And we got this cool like Mecha Godzilla looking fool, and someone drew a person for scale. Say this is massive. Got it. Thank you. With like a Samus Iron Man looking dude, chick, with looks like a teddy bear, crazed teddy bear, and then on the corner just looks like one of the memes painted, like one of those like gross face memes but painted. And then in this corner we got more mechs with like machine guns. We got like this cubed character abstract art, and then there's like somebody on the bottom corner that says, "Don't hurt me, I'm like shy." That's probably problematic to your army. You know. And then we got like some more mechs, some Stretch Armstrong action over here. We got Thanos, but it's only his head, so it's the severed head of Thanos.
That's
Nice
Dan
try.
again?
I know, it's not even Dan. Oh, someone put Anthony Jones as if that was going to add value. Sorry, I am not anywhere near as strong. Get out of here, Bible. Some Vikings with some blood going on in there, and some goblins with some fireworks. Looks like he's got a gender reveal weaponry. All right, and then what I worked on, the ultimate paint. Here's my army. It's basically it is basically a summoner of other armies, and he is summoning an army in this pool, and it's being manufactured as we speak. And it is I'm pulling the sliver deck strategy, where if you had the queen and a couple other cards, you could make infinite slivers. It was immediately banned in Magic the Gathering.
I call hacks on this.
I made infinite army, so no matter how strong your guys' army, I will just beat you by sheer numbers. I raise your missile launcher and attack you with infinite army. Anyway, that was fun. So who's the winner though? Like really though, not me, because I wasn't. That was just for my own fun. I would like to think that the winner is the people that I put in the middle. I think these guys have the winner. I think dragons always are going to win, especially if they're armored, heavily armored. Dragons are OP as F. And then you got like some demon people going on here.
According to Game of Thrones.
Yeah, unless you're in Game of Thrones. I'm talking about like the Reign of Fire dragons, you know?
What about Dragon Age dragons?
Yeah, like if you really had flying behemoths that can breathe fire, you know, that's like so crazy. Like, have you guys seen that movie Reign of Fire?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where it's Matthew McConaughey, isn't it?
And Christian Bale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh wait, I won't say that. But such a good movie. Keep
But good
one eye
stuff,
on
man.
the sky.
Good stuff, everybody. I appreciate this. With all that being said, let's go ahead and wrap it up, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's go back in time too a little bit. Let me go ahead and group all this stuff. Yeah, so here's one of the paintings I did during the final critique. Here is the painting that I started with the collaboration that we had earlier. And I just wanted to say thanks everybody for hanging out on the streams. I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys enjoyed these 4-hour sessions. It's pretty long form, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. Now, typically I like to keep my streams about an hour, and I'm planning on probably doing some more again. A lot of things have changed for me, so I've been trying to kind of get a handle of all the things that have been changing. For instance, I was working in a studio, and then that studio got shut down. Then I got all these opportunities to teach, so I took all these different jobs to teach. But then I also got an opportunity to be an art director on a project for a studio, and they just actually sent me the offer. So I'm probably going to be back in studio life. But I already told them that I'm going to be like, kind of consistently working towards the stuff that I already love to do, which is education and doing stuff like this, being part of the art community. I just need to be better about managing my time. So I think with a couple things needing to be organized, you could expect a stream here or there. So stay tuned. Keep your eyes on the prize. If you're not already a subscriber to my channel, please subscribe. If you're curious about if I have tutorials, just visit my website, robotpencil.net. You can find a lot of stuff there. I have mentorships pretty much every month, but at the moment, it's all sold out till probably the end of October. So I think as we get to the middle of this month, which is probably like a week or two away from now, I'll probably open up more classes that will be in November, December. So feel free to just keep an eye open for that. And I usually will post either on my Facebook or Instagram. So if you don't follow me there, follow me there. I'm sure most of you guys already do. So I appreciate you guys being friends. Thanks again for hanging out. Hope you guys had a good time. And like I said, I do kind of like the sketch group scenario. Even if it's just fun, it could be a cool thing to just do it with a couple of other, good artists as a kind of an interview format. That could be a lot of fun, as well as just bringing people in at the last second, and we just all have a free-for-all drawing fest. But anyways, cheers, friends. Hope you guys had a good one. Enjoy the rest of Lightbox, and thanks again, guys, for hanging out with me too. The people in the actual voice channel. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, no problem, man.
All right.
Thanks for everything, man.
Yep. Cheers, friends, and talk to you later.